Recording in progress.
Good afternoon, everybody. Welcome to our afternoon session of today's council meeting. It's Tuesday, September 2nd, 2025. I'm going to go ahead and call the meeting to order and pass it to Clementine. Did you roll call and share announcements with the public?
Councilmember Barber.
Present.
Councilmember Garcia.
Here.
Councilmember Rash.
Here.
Councilmember Smith.
Here.
And Mayor Williamson.
Here.
And public comment and participation information is provided on this meeting's agenda, which is online at monterey.gov/agendas. In-person attendees, please keep your electronic devices muted to prevent audio interference with our meeting. And thank you for participating in your city government.
Okay, thank you, Clementine. And with that, we're going to go to the first part of our agenda, which is presentations. Item number 1 is recognition of Defense Language Institute Quarterly Joint Service Award, third quarter FY25. So this is perhaps one of our favorite parts of the business that we do here. We are a military community, and we have so much gratitude towards those that are serving. And we know that you're here to learn language so that you can get back out there and continue doing the work. So gratitude to all of you for your service. What I'm going to do is go ahead and read the proclamation of the first one. The language is all the same, relatively the same for all of these. So this first one up is Lance Corporal Darius Brew. Did I say that correct? Bro? Whereas the Defense Language Institute Foreign Language Center, DLI FLC, has established the quarterly joint service non-commissioned officer, petty officer, and junior enlisted board. And whereas a recipient of the board award, Lance Corporal Darius Bro, has demonstrated extraordinary personal abilities, leadership skills, and knowledge of the history of the Presidio of Monterey in DLI FLC, chain of command, world events, customs and courtesies, first aid, code of conduct, uniform code of military justice, military leadership, and the armed forces insignia. And whereas the Monterey community is proud of the country's service members, as well as its outstanding relationship with DLI FLC, now therefore be proclaimed that I, Tyler Williamson, Mayor of the City of Monterey, on behalf of our City Council and citizens, hereby recognize Lance Corporal Darius Bro, United States Marine Corps, for a job well done, and thank them for their continuing contributions to the armed services and to our nation. So please give it up for the Lance Corporal. And as I understand it, you all have a little bit of something prepared for us. So we are going to play a guessing game to see. And y'all in the back can't guess. You can't guess with us because y'all probably know. So please.
Well, as everybody knows, my name is Lance Corporal Bro. Unfortunately, I don't have a specific language that I speak. With my last name being Bro, my family does come from a French background. I did used to speak French all throughout high school, but it's been about 2 years since I've done that. So unfortunately, I do not have any special languages.
So I guess English. So you have to remember something from French. Let's hear like a one line, like something.
I pretty much know the basics. Obviously, like bonjour, bonne journée, comment ça va? Like, how are you?
Yeah.
And well, je m'appelle is my name is. Yeah. I could have just said that, but I didn't want to, just give like one-liners. I wanted to probably come up here and like prepare like a nice sentence, but unfortunately, I can't do that at the time.
No worries. So are you here for a program, for the language program?
I'm not, sir. I'm currently working as an administrative specialist here.
Awesome.
In the S1 shop. I provide just administrative work towards the students here at DLI, the officers, and also the other base, Naval Postgraduate School as well, sir.
Awesome. Well, I wouldn't say just administrative, and this is for everybody that does admin work, including myself. And it is never just administrative. There's a lot that goes by. I'm going to call my partner out, and I hope that he never watches this. So please, nobody watching this, share this with him. It was during COVID, and he saw me working on my computer, and he said, "I want to do what you do." And he just goes like this. There's a lot that goes into admin work, and the folks that are learning programs wouldn't be able to do it without folks like you. So congrats to you and your service. Why don't you please come up and kind of receive this proclamation? I saw your reaction.
He was on top of that intel.
Congratulations. Yeah.
Bro, good to meet you. Congratulations.
Okay, do a quick turn for.
Oh, wait, no. Oh, you're right.
Gotta get one over
Yep, of course.
Okay. Awesome. You did have great.
I will take the picture. I'm reminded. It's okay.
Okay, next up, we have Staff Sergeant Lauren Godsey. Am I saying Godsey? Godsey? Okay. Good afternoon. All right, the floor is yours.
سلام اسم من گروبان گاتسی هستم اهل الایت اوهایو شهر سینسیناتی هستم 10 سال است که در ارتش هستم و
This is our turn.
I mean I guess I
Toledo.
going sir but
He's from Ohio, and I'm guessing Russian. No?
Arabic.
no.
Arabic? No?
Farsi.
Farsi.
In Farsi.
Farsi.
Yeah.
Oh, so close.
Yeah. Hey, you perplexed us. That's a win. Which is why we need people like you. Okay. Please, everybody, let's give it up for the Staff Sergeant. And why don't you come on up? All right, I'm gonna keep going.
Stay on script.
All right. All right, next up we have Sergeant First Class Jake Walther. Okay, did I say his last name correctly? Walther. Okay, is there somebody here that would receive this on his behalf? Perfect. And I can meet you over here. Thank you. Okay, please give it up again for our service members, particularly those here present with us today. Thank you all. And you're more than welcome to stay and watch us conduct the business of the city, but I know that you all probably have other things to do, so don't feel like you have to stick around. Thank you all again for being here. This is like a transition. You don't gotta ask me twice. Oh my gosh.
Y'all look very sharp. Thank you.
Y'all look great. Thank you. All righty. And with that, we will go to general public comments. So this is an opportunity for public comments on non-agendized matters. What we do is we open it up for folks that want to speak during public comment. At the beginning of the public comment period, we identify those folks. Once those folks are identified, we then close it off and only those folks will be able to speak. So check with folks on Zoom to use the raise hand function. While you're navigating your way there, I'll check in the chamber. Anybody in the chamber wish to speak for non-agendized items for general public comment? So we have the one in the chamber. Anybody else? Okay, we're going to go ahead and close it off in the chamber, and I'll do a countdown for folks on Zoom to 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. And there's nobody on Zoom, so we'll give you your 3 minutes, sir. I need a moment.
Mayor, there was someone who had their hands up on Zoom and then disconnected, but has now reconnected, and she did have her hand up in time.
Okay,
Okay.
right, we'll take it.
Are we good? Hello, Mayor. Hello, City Council. Again, Daniel Menderes, artist, local businessman, speaking on the subject again on the City of Monterey's street vending permits. It's an ongoing issue that in a couple of days is going to take into effect, and taking this last opportunity to kind of just quick here. A few weeks ago, Ed Smith made a comment that it was his opinion that the cross traffic from one side of the area of the trail to the other was dangerous without any factual basis, just his opinion. And when you want to talk factual basis ideas, this subject here, personal gains, I feel that just it's only business and nothing against the council members, but it's my business that it's affecting. And the space I use, the business space I use, is currently available. There's 5,000 square feet available, and it's going to be reduced by 99.7% plus or minus 0.1% removal of the space available. And having such a small space available after the 4th is unfair, it's unreasonable, it's undeveloped process of non-studied, non-opinionated ideas that's affecting many businesses. And the businesses that this whole subject matter started from, attacking my personal business is unfair again and should not have been considered as a way to address or adapt these concerns. Once again, the 5,000 square feet being reduced to such a small 32 square feet for a single space for me is unacceptable. I know that the contract or agreement, I don't even know if you want to call it contract, the paperwork is going to be changed. I do not and will not agree to these terms. I signed my contract is good for 1 year. I have 10 months left, and a council member offered to pay that off. I would not accept a payoff of a contract or an agreement. I would sell it back to the city. I wouldn't give it back to the city. And once again, it's very unfair, and it's sad that in this opportunity of time, not allowing people such as this business person to actually be a part of the measurements and be a part of proper formation of a developed plan. Last time, Levi said that there's over 500 feet available. It's more like 320 feet, and that's not even the entire feet available because the 10 spaces that they chalked out, which looks like spray paint, looks like graffiti to me, but that space is even less because they painted onto the state property side. But thank you.
Okay, and with that, we'll go to our public commenter on Zoom.
Yes, we have Mira. Mira, you can go ahead.
Thank you so much, Mayor and City Council. I appreciate the chance to speak on Zoom once again. I'm speaking on two things that I've spoken about before. One is the ordinance. Much like Daniel, I'm personally affected by this. My husband and I have been vendors since 2019. We've always followed all the rules, and we're very chagrined by what's going on. One of the things that I wanted to mention was that since the ordinance passed, the planning department has not sent any information to the vendors regarding the ordinance, restating the new rules. There has been no plan. Myself and several other vendors have tried to go to the planning department, talk to the planning department, ask about enforcement and what's going to happen and if there's a lottery system, et cetera. We've been told we might get an email sometime in the next week or so, but there's been no plan relayed other than we know that there's a code, Officer Rory, who I'm really hoping has a thick skin because it's going to be a hard job for him. And then on Friday morning, early morning, the planning department came and started marking spots. Like Daniel said, 2 of them are somewhat on state boundary and probably going to be taken away. And the other thing was that they're right next to planters. They're right next to cement. I don't know, it's like a speed bump, so like a big thing sticking out of the ground. I sent you a picture in my public comment with this. We have spaces that are just in awkward, basically like right in the middle of the pathway. And I'm very concerned since the whole argument was that this is health and safety. And yet the spaces that are been provided are going to cause even more difficulty. Vendors, if they attempt to use the space, they will put their display in the 8x4, and then there's an umbrella and storage and seating. The way that the spaces are put, it's just really going to be challenging for for vendors and for the people. There's no safety for the vendors for our thing to keep them safe. And also there's only 10 spots, whereas you guys had made, you had taken more time to look into things and give us a little bit more, less space between us to supposedly provide more places, but there's only 10 spots, whereas was pretty sure when you guys voted it in, it was based on 13 to 15 spots. And when I counted this weekend, the busiest weekend of the year, there was 26 vendors on Sunday and 20 on Monday. And now there's only 10 spots with, 30% of our original display potential. I mean, this is catastrophic financially for those of us that are working hard and have been doing this job. I understand that you guys want safety at heart, but please, I urge you to focus on the bike path. As I've mentioned many times before, you have 23 diameter planters, maybe about 20 of them in that area. Use those planters, line the bike path. You can put them 14 and 15 feet apart.
She went past her time. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you. All right, with that, we'll go ahead and close general public comment. And just for awareness, we don't engage on topics that are brought up during the general public comment because it's not agendized. So feel free to follow up, back up with us in writing. I know staff was here taking notes too. I understand that there was some follow-up that was being requested there. So with that, we will go ahead and transition into our public appearance item for this afternoon. Oh, I'm sorry. I apologize. Consent agenda. Council, are there any items that you wish to pull from consent? No. Okay, I'm not seeing any. We'll take it out to the public. And see if there's any items that wish to be pulled by the public. Check with folks on Zoom to use the raise hand function. While you're navigating your way there, we'll check in the chamber. Anybody in the chamber wish to pull anything from consent or have any public comment on consent items? I'm not seeing any in the chamber, so we'll go ahead and cut it off in the chamber, and I'll do a countdown for folks on Zoom to 5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
There's one, and I think it may be left over from the previous comment. It's Mira. Oh, she lowered it.
Okay, perfect. All right, so there's no public comment. We'll go ahead and close go ahead and close the public comment on this item, and then bring it back to the council for motion and deliberation.
Make a motion to approve the consent agenda.
Second.
It's been moved and seconded. Any other discussion? All right, all those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Motion passes unanimously. With that, we will now go to our public appearance item number 9 to receive presentations from selected recruitment firms for the city manager recruitment and award of contract to select firm. With that, I'll pass it to Hans for staff presentation.
And I pass it to our HR director, Brett Neal.
Good afternoon, Mayor and council members. As you will recall, a few weeks ago, you directed staff to go and seek RFPs for recruitment firms to do an executive recruitment for Hans Uslar. So we selected the top 3. We had about 14 respondents. And without further ado, we have 1 here in person, and we are expecting 2 on Zoom. And they're there waiting. Okay, so first we're going to hear from Valerie Phillips. She's with Bob Murray and Associates. And so she's here in person. So I'd just like to turn it over to her and you can hear her brief presentation.
Awesome.
Okay.
Thank you, Brett.
Good evening.
Good evening.
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
I'm Valerie Phillips, president and owner of Bob Murray and Associates. Thank you for your time this evening. Excited to be considered for probably the most important recruitment that you'll have. A little bit of background. I'm the owner of Bob Murray and Associates. I've owned the firm for about 11 years. I worked for Bob Murray 2 years prior to buying it. So I'm very proud to say Latina-owned business. Most recently, we've placed, I think, about 40 city managers in the last 2 years. So I'd say 90% of the searches that we conduct are for the public sector, whether it's, county, city, even state, the 11 Western states, as well as Texas. We're a boutique sized firm. There's maybe about 14 of us. I'm headquartered out of Roseville. I'm from the Bay Area originally. So my husband and I own the firm together. but technically I'm his boss. But our background is private sector recruitment. So I was a headhunter for private sector high tech for almost 20 years, and then kind of got into the business of public sector recruitment, which I absolutely love. My family has a background in public sector. My sister's an assistant city manager. My brother's a school teacher. My mom worked for the federal government. I've never worked for the government, but I feel like this is my way of giving back. I love what we do. You might ask, okay, what makes you different from other firms? I think there's a lot of really good firms out there. But I think we do it so well because we've taken a lot of our style from private sector recruiting and brought it to the public sector and how we approach candidates, outreach. We don't just place ads. We're very aggressive. We have close to 50,000 followers on LinkedIn. And I'm really proud of that because when I bought the firm, we had about maybe 1,900. So we worked really hard. We've got our team. I talk a lot about diversity, equity, inclusion, and belonging with our firm, and you'll see that on our website. It's something that's important to me, and I feel like we took what was great and made it even better. Our firm reflects a lot of what I believe that stands for, and our recruitments. We did an audit of the last 100 recruitments, and 50% were women. So I'm really proud of that. That number went up significantly. And I believe 25% Hispanic, 21% Asian, and I think 19% African American, and I think it was 1% Native American. So again, those numbers are very different than what it looked like, 12, 15 years ago. So that's a little bit about our firm. If you hire my firm, it would be me taking the lead on this recruitment. And most recently, I've placed the city manager in Salinas. My husband's placed the county manager here in Monterey. In fact, he's on site right now for public defender interviews. So we're a husband and wife team, 15 of us. And that's just a little bit about me and my firm.
Awesome. Well, thank you for the presentation.
Mhm.
Are there any questions from the council at this time?
Yeah, I have a couple of questions.
Please.
Thank you for taking the time to come here and meet with us personally. I know you gave us a comprehensive proposal that included a timeline.
Mhm.
I'd like to drill down a little bit on the timeline. I believe yours was at 12 weeks. Is that correct?
It's anywhere from 12 to 16 weeks.
Yeah, I know. And I know there's a lot of wiggle room when it
Right.
gets right down to the end.
Right.
Could you give us just a little bit of an overview, especially because we have folks that are watching at
Mhm.
home on YouTube, on AMP, and they're going to also want to know this answer to the question in terms of how do you see the executive recruiter's role in doing the outreach and stakeholder process? So I understand, having gone through this before, what happens with the council. I'm interested to hear your thoughts about how we take it to the next level where the community is engaged in the process.
Okay, fantastic. So every recruitment's a little bit different. I have some clients, it's just counsel. I always recommend, meeting with the leadership team, the executive team, whether that's a group or one-on-one.
Mhm.
We offer that up. I think it's a great way to just get a feel for the culture. I also do what I call like brown bag lunch or breakfast, where we do a drop-in session on Zoom, and that's for all staff to drop in. And I've done it multiple ways, depending how big an agency is. I just did this for Eugene, Oregon, and for Vancouver. So just people drop in, kind of share their thoughts, ask questions about process. And it's about an hour. And we usually will get, depending on the size of the city, anywhere from 20 to, 50 people showing up for that drop-in Zoom. So that's a listening session. It's just me listening, asking questions. They usually have a lot more input on, or questions about process, I find. But so you have the executive team, then you've got staff as an option. Sometimes a survey. We can help facilitate an internal survey as well as an external survey. They're open-ended questions typically. You can do A, B, C, or D, but we find you're kind of pigeonholing folks to pick an answer rather than write their own comments. I think they're fantastic. We did a great one for the city of Salinas, and that was, it closed before the search closed, and then we were able to publish that to our website, and the city published it so people could go see what everyone said they were looking for in their next city manager. We also meet with stakeholder groups, whether it's nonprofits or chamber or university. So we can set up one-on-one, whether it's a phone call, Zoom, or group. That I take direction from council. I'll lay out all kinds of different ideas, and then you guys will tell me, we like that. Let's do that. So you can have as much stakeholder input as you'd like. It just depends on the city. We've done, town hall style kind of listening sessions, either in person. We did Zoom for Laguna Beach. We did 3 of them, different times of the day, so that people could drop in. It seemed to be the same people dropping in for each one, but that's okay. I mean, it's out there, so no one could really say, hey, I didn't get to have any input. Well, there was all these different opportunities, survey, listening sessions. So that's all on the front end. Also, what you can do, and this depends on council as well, is on the back end when the search closes. Let's say you receive 30 applicants for the position, and I screen maybe 10 and recommend 6. And you guys usually conduct the first round of interviews, one-on-one closed session. I'm there to facilitate, and maybe you take the list down to the top 2 or 3. We start references and background checks between the first interview and the next round. What I recommend for the second round is that the executive leadership team have an opportunity to interview the candidates. They're not ranking. They're just offering pros, cons, what they liked, what maybe some areas of concern. I facilitate that. I summarize that data and provide it to the council before you start your final interview. I have also facilitated panels that have maybe the chamber CEO, business district, someone from the school district sitting on that panel as well. And again, they're not ranking. They don't get to select. This is your hire. But they offer the pros and cons, and I provide that data to you before your final interview. So there's different ways we can build that I think is really inclusive, and people feel like they're heard, and they feel like you guys are listening, the recruiter's listening. I've, found you guys that unicorn, a couple of them, hopefully, that, makes it a tough decision. So we build the search around kind of what your needs are, and that's where those meetings with me are really important. So we build the search. We literally lay out a timeline with each milestone. And I have some clients that will actually kind of post that to their website. Again, just being transparent to your constituents so they know what's happening and when it's happening. Dates can sometimes change, and that's okay. It's called a draft timeline for a reason. But so I hope that answers your question, but that's kind of the layout of a recruitment.
Thank you. And one quick question also, as you see in the back, we have Monterey, Great America, which we are a member of the military communities, defense communities. So there's a variety of other cities that also are members in California and outside of California. Have you placed anyone as a city manager in any of your recruitments that was into a city or region that was a military presence?
I know we have. I'm trying to think offhand, but you got me that's a good question. Okay. I know that we have. I just can't list it offhand. I mean, we've done so many city manager recruitments. Okay. I don't know if Salinas is part of that group or not. Yeah, I've done a lot of
considered in the same region. Sure.
Yes. The city of Marina, I've ACM recruitment right now. I know that's not a city manager, but so and I've done some work for there was a special district, or it was like a Fort Ord down in Southern California, and I placed the executive director there. So we were working with different stakeholders as well as folks from Board of Supervisors, and they had a sunshine where the position was going to end, but it was a military base that they were now working to build homes, affordable housing, and shopping and all that. So I've worked with many different types of entities on different types of recruitments.
Okay, great. Mayor, that's all I had.
All right, awesome. Any other questions, please?
Thank you, Ms. Phillips, for being here and for the presentation. I have a couple questions. You mentioned there was a focus on 10 Western states. Is that where you would focus the recruitment?
I'd say the 11 Western states are where we conduct most of our business. We're a nationwide firm, but that's really where we focus a lot of our business. It's a nationwide recruitment. All of our searches are. So we're going to cast a nationwide net. Like I said, we have, over 40,000 followers on LinkedIn. They're all going to see it. As well as we have our newsletter that goes out to about 7,100 people, most of those government. And then, we place ads. All the firms are going to place ads at the same places. What you should be concerned with is, who I call, who I reach out to. That's more important. But you're going to get folks nationwide receiving the PDF that we put together, the marketing tool for this advertisement. And then we're attending a couple of conferences and have booths. So we promote our executive recruitments there as well.
Okay. And shifting gears a little bit, could you maybe give us a sense of what the current recruitment environment is like, and especially in this kind of role?
Yes.
Looking at a national level, or maybe even locally, since I see a list of, and you've mentioned a list of folks that you've recruited in the region. What does that look like? What are the challenges, that kind of
thing? I know I've placed folks in Colorado recently, Dallas County, Vancouver, Washington, and right now Eugene, Oregon. I'm conducting a recruitment. So it seems to be pretty the same, or, whatever state we're in, conducting a recruitment. It's tough. When I started working for Bob 12, 13, 14 years ago, we would receive, 75 to 100 applicants for a city manager recruitment. Now we receive maybe 30 to 40. And that's tied to the baby boomers retiring, and that wave continues to retire. So the candidate pools are smaller. So you want an aggressive recruiter. You need someone who's going to pick up the phone and call people, reach out to folks on LinkedIn, because placing ads isn't going to cut it, or just calling people who came in second in your last recruitment. That's okay. There's nothing wrong with that. But you need someone to really cast that wide net and call people. There's a lot of folks that left California and want to come back. There's folks that maybe want to come to the region because their child goes to school here. I've had city managers down south apply for Bay Area searches because their kiddos at Stanford or San Jose State. So it's knowing those things. I think that's another thing that my husband and I and our recruiters do a really good job in developing relationships. I have a bazillion council members who text me and call me. They all have my cell phone number. You guys would all have it, as good as and bad as that may be. But I also have a lot of city managers and assistant city managers and folks that are, department heads that have my number, and I have theirs. So when I take on a recruitment, as soon as I know I'm awarded a search, I'm like texting someone like, oh, you know what? We're getting the city manager search for blah, blah. Are you interested? We don't even have any marketing information, but I already know the candidate. And then once I meet with all of my council, then I figure out, okay, would this candidate be good for this opportunity? But I usually can get a sense by watching your council meetings and looking at, strategic plans and just kind of knowing some of the folks. But we receive, I'd say on average, 30 to 40 applicants for city manager recruitments. You guys aren't Bay Area, but you kind of are. And so it's the cost of living. I'm from San Jose. I've seen it. That's the tough part. It can be a little incestuous. But like I said, we are still getting folks that maybe where California left and want to come back. Maybe they still have a house here. I know candidates like that. So I think it helps to have those relationships because it is tough.
And my last question, you mentioned that what sets you aside is the fact that you bring skills from private to public. Can you elaborate on that? What exactly is that value that you're adding with that?
So it's using technology. Like I said, when I bought the firm from Bob, who I really admired, the followers we had were like 1,900. I mean, it was just this minimal number, but all the firms had low numbers of followers, even the really big kind of nationwide East Coast firms. And I was like, okay, we need to fix that. It just gives you more of a presence, especially for that next generation who are looking to make a move to city manager or assistant city manager or police chief. So it gives us access to all those folks. And so I took a lot of my aggressive recruiting and outreach and networking. I'm very big on that. And so is my husband. We both came from high tech. And things moved much faster when I was a recruiter for, the private sector. So that part took me a while. Bob would tell me, slow your roll, because cities can't move that fast. But what I'm noticing now with some of my recruitments, not necessarily city manager, is that some cities have that flexibility to, okay, we're going to leave the search open and I'm going to do a check-in 2 weeks once it's open, start interviewing people before it closes. So things like that, like if we're talking about trying to shorten this timeline, that's something that I would do. I've done that for city manager recruitments where we put language in that's like, apply soon because Valerie's going to start interviewing people before the close date. So get your paperwork in. I have them fill out questionnaires that I provide to you that has, will they have to relocate? Are they looking for assistance? What are they looking for in compensation? I can't ask them how much they make, but we can all look on Transparent California. How much notice do they need to give their current employer? Ask those types of questions so that you guys can see the answers to those on a questionnaire. I think it's really important to kind of front load you with someone's expectations, especially if they're going to be asking top of pay. You guys need to know that about a candidate. I don't want to surprise you at the end, but a lot of those things I learned from the private sector. So I brought that with me in my approach and applications, and I ask the nosy questions because I'm not HR, public sector HR, but I make sure that you guys are fully aware. So those are some of the things, just the networking, just aggressive headhunting. I'm good at it and I love it. And I only hire people that love it, because if you don't love it, you're not going to be good at it. Mm-hmm.
Awesome. Any other questions, please?
You mentioned that the council would interview in closed sessions the top candidates. Would you ever recommend that one of the interviews be open in a forum like this where the public is watching or not?
No, I don't recommend it.
What's that?
I don't recommend it.
Okay.
And I said, but Eugene, Oregon's going to be that way. Vancouver was that way. Sparks, Nevada that I did. Reno, Louisville. And the problem, what makes that tough is and I had a candidate who, I'll give you an example, who applied for Louisville. Amazing. Her counsel found out and then fired her. She didn't get the job. She came in second. And so I think there's that whole thing of confidentiality, and people are afraid to lose their job. It puts them at risk. I just had another client ask me this earlier today, and I just don't recommend it. Okay. You can do a meet and greet after, when you land on your top candidate. I think there's really cool things that you can do. Mm-hmm. But I think council meeting them and the executive leadership team meeting the finalists is a great start.
Mm-hmm. Thank you. Mm-hmm. That's very helpful.
Dr. Barber, do you have any questions? I have one that wasn't already asked. You had spoken to starting at Murray and working there for 2 years before you took over. Mm-hmm. Could you describe that experience? I mean, that seems like a really accelerated pathway. Just interested in hearing more about that story.
Well, it was always my goal to own a firm. And when I worked in the Bay Area, I was a vice president for kind of a boutique sized firm. It was an all boys club there and white guys. And here was this Latina. And I really worked hard but then I had babies and we moved out of the area, and I wanted to be a stay-at-home mom. So I did that and did some consulting on the side. But once my boys got big enough, I thought, I want to do this. And I met Bob on LinkedIn, of all places. And his office was like half a mile from my home. So I went in, met with him and then one other of his recruiters. And I thought, this is an interesting niche, because I knew about these positions through my family, but I just really didn't know much else. And so I interviewed with Bob and told him I definitely would be interested, but this is how I'm going to do it. And this is how many hours I'm going to work. He's all, thank you, but no, thank you. I'm like, okay, bye. It was nice meeting you. And then he called me the next day and hired me and said, okay, you can do whatever you want to do.
That sounds like Bob.
Yeah. And so, but I shouted him a lot on city manager recruitments because it's very different. I was placing CEOs for pre-IPO companies and placing CFOs for public companies. And it's very different working. I worked with all the venture capital firms on Sand Hill Road in the Bay Area. And it was so much fun. My golf game got real good. But what I realized is, boards are very different than councils. It's just very different. So usually a board, people have that expertise in what that company does. And with council, it's just a little bit different. It's the residents. Mm-hmm. It's just a different perspective. So I had to learn that. I also had to learn that government moves at a different pace. And, but I really just shadowed Bob and then started taking on recruitments and that's how I learned. So 2 years. And then when we bought the firm, we paid him to stay on for 2 more years so that my husband could literally be his shadow and shadow him. So I think Gary's a pretty darn good recruiter. I still think I'm better, but I think he's still a really great recruiter as well. He's in Monterey right in Salinas right now for Monterey County. So that's kind of the transition. We found out Bob was thinking of selling. We're like, we're going to buy it because that's what I wanted to do. And it was hard for me because I wanted something with my name. That sounds so egotistical, but I wanted to put my stamp on it, Latino-owned business. But we paid a lot of money for Bob Murray and Associates because of he was already known.
Totally.
Everyone knew him. We'd go to meetings and he was like walking in with Bon Jovi or something. Everyone was flocking to him. I'm aging myself by saying that, but that's kind of the backstory.
Awesome. Well, thank you. And we appreciate you coming and joining us in person today. So
glad to be here. I had a really good dinner at Monterey.
There you go.
Oh my God, it was so good.
Yeah. Kind of hard to go wrong here.
Mayor, can I ask one more real easy question for you, sir? You'll love this question. We like the timeline, but what happens if you all of a sudden are not available? Who would your go-to person be that we would be working with other than
It'll either be myself or Gary.
Yeah. And if you had, all of a sudden something happened and you were out of pocket, who's the backup for you?
Gary. Yeah. Okay. My husband, business partner.
Okay.
Yeah.
Right. Thank you.
All righty. All right. Well, with that, thank you. We'll go into our next interview and then we'll have you on standby maybe if there's any other questions that come up from the public.
Thank you so much.
Thank you again, Ms. Phillips.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Yeah, good evening, Mr. Mayor, members of the council. Can you hear me okay?
We sure can.
Okay, well, thank you for being flexible with the Zoom option. I was hoping to be there in person, but with the holiday weekend, and families, things just got more difficult. So I appreciate your flexibility that way. So just to give you a quick overview of our firm, Ralph Anderson Associates has been around for 40, 50 years, specializing in public sector kind of executive search. I myself have been with the firm for about 6 years, but prior to that, I was a city manager for 10 years in Huntington Beach, and before that, in 10 years in San Bernardino. So I bring a different perspective to the table in terms of recruiting for city managers, because I've been in the business for all those years. And since I've joined Ralph Anderson, I've probably handled 40 to 50 city manager recruitments, primarily in California. I bring that kind of unique skill of really knowing kind of who's out there, knowing the candidates that are out there, and really am able to, I think, help sift through the candidates and really identify the right candidates that would be the right fit for your city. I think that's the skill set that I bring to the table. Our firm has done work all over California, on the coast, Bay Area, Southern California, Central California. So we bring that kind of mixture to the table. I would serve as the lead consultant on this with assistance from the CEO, Heather Rentschler, who's based out of Rockland. And the approach that we would use is pretty similar to what you've heard. All the same firms will use kind of that approach. And I think the real difference, again, that I would bring is that, I have that skill and ability to really identify quality candidates because of my knowledge of kind of the key players that are out there. And so in terms of the process, I won't go through the whole process other than say, we'll do a lot of what you heard about. Someone mentioned something about community outreach, and I think that's also an important tool to consider, as part of the recruitment effort. In our experience, the more effective approach is really been to do community surveys. I mean, that allows the council to really find out on a broader scale kind of what the level of interest is, and really have people give you some feedback rather than just show up at a public meeting and give you 2 minutes of comments about what they're looking for. So I think there's a kind of a value in doing it that way if that's the desire. Process-wise, I would also propose engaging with the department heads. I think it's also important to talk to your outgoing city manager. I see on your agenda, you've got some real budget challenges ahead of you. So any candidate will want to know exactly what's going on, what are the real issues, what are the challenges, and what can he or she expect if they're brought into the organization. Someone mentioned the California recruitment environment, and I would echo what you just heard. It's a tough environment. There's a number of vacant positions out there. I think the unique thing that you offer is that you're obviously a great location. And I think, good counsel. Obviously, you've got some challenges, but I think that alone will draw some quality candidates. One other thing that we like to do as part of the process is really, get beyond just the candidate, because a few times that we've done recruitments, we've run into the situation where the spouse finally shows up, and looks around and decides, hey, this isn't the right fit for me. So we really kind of pride ourselves on really doing a deeper dive on as much as you can about, the flexibility of the candidate and their family to really consider a move, especially if it involves a relocation, because our goal is to find you a quality candidate that really kind of fits the organization, but also someone who's going to be part of the community and really become more engaged in the community. So someone touched on connections with defense kind of facilities. One thing I would add is that during my tenure, when I was the actual city manager, I was involved closely with the closure of an Air Force base, which of course isn't your situation, but that experience did help me understand kind of the importance of having that connection with the local stakeholders that are involved in the defense industry. So really, I'll kind of leave it there, Mayor. I won't repeat a lot of things that were said other than let you know that, I would be the primary contact and face of the firm, and we're ready to proceed if we're selected for this recruitment. But I'm open to any questions that you may have about our background or approach or anything else that you haven't already covered or you want to just double check on.
Thank you, Mr. Wilson, for your presentation. With that, I'll go ahead and open up to questions for the council. Please.
Yeah, if I could, Fred, thank you very much for joining us. So the same basic questions I had, you covered the military question. Thank you very much on picking up on that. The question I'd have for you in terms of your recruitments, I noticed that you have several that you've recruited for that are communities that are hospitality driven, coastal towns, and that's important for any candidate to understand. But the curiosity I have is your network, having been in the job twice, now as an executive recruiter, how do you see the recruitment for Monterey that's different than a Southern California recruitment? Being in Northern California, vastly different. If you could kind of paint a picture of your approach for how you would work your network, how you would garner appropriate candidates to give this council appropriate choices of including diversity of experience and location, but knowing that we are a hospitality town and knowing that we are a community at the ocean in Northern California with all of the California regulations that we deal with.
Yeah, that's kind of a great point. And you did touch on the fact that, knowing the California Coastal Commission, I think is going to be a key factor in anyone's success. And I think as you've noted, I've done some work in Southern and Central California and coastal cities. And in each of those cities, I think one of the overriding concerns was that, look, the council wanted someone who had the ability to kind of work with coastal commissions, but have the skill sets of understanding not so much the technical aspects of the job, but really relationships. And so I think that was an important aspect. So one thing that I would do is really try to focus on coastal cities primarily because of that factor, and also look at cities that are hospitality based, that have a visitor convention bureau, that have a downtown business district, that have someone who has that skill sets that can work with different stakeholder groups that really understand the importance of hotels, business improvement district, tourism improvement districts, and coastal community commission related issues. So I guess it goes back to the question. It's really personal touch, personal outreach, a lot of phone calling, a lot of one-on-one contact. But I think that's where the focus would be. And I would spend more time looking for candidates that have, in my opinion, coastal experience, because I think there's a lot of value added because of you're a coastal community that has tourism dollars, bed tax dollars, and that's a big factor in your local economy success. So that's one area that I would focus on. And I do believe that because of the unique issues in California on coastal areas, we would focus more on coastal communities because that's a unique skill set. And that's, I think, something that would help you probably a lot if we could find that right candidate. Yeah. Hopefully that answers some of your question, council member.
Thank you, Mr. Wilson. That's all I had. Thank you, Mayor.
Dr. Barber?
Thank you so much. So I was looking at some of your outline and you talk about outreach and recruiting. I was curious as if you could go a little bit further into that. And I know that you are longstanding since 1972. So you've been in business doing this for a while, it's my understanding. But how have you changed as far as the innovation, and how do you utilize that in this landscape now with a lot of the new generation, and how would that look with your outreach and recruiting?
Yeah, so our outreach and recruiting is, the obvious, which you heard about, but I think it's also a lot of the social media based. We also look, we're active on LinkedIn. We're also look at social media. We try to do a lot of outreach to identify candidates that may be looking exclusively in those areas. So we try to do that kind of broad focus, and we have folks in our office that really focus on doing that. But I think the real value added is someone who can do that personal touch, because the best candidates I've discovered are the ones that are good at their jobs, that when I call them, they're going to say, hey, I'm comfortable in my city. Why would I consider Monterey? And it's my job to spend time with them as a recruiter, saying, these are the factors that make this city pretty unique. This is why you ought to consider the city. This is what it's going to take. And so, people will look at a job flyer or see something on LinkedIn and kind of scroll right through it. But, someone like me would go back and say, this is a great opportunity. Yes, you're comfortable where you're at, but Monterey won't be coming up for a long time. You're coming up a long-term city manager. This is why you ought to consider it. And so my goal is to find you city manager candidates that are good at their jobs and aren't in danger or in transition ideally, but are looking for a new opportunity and looking for a unique community like yours. That's the real work, I think, that makes this recruitment successful. That type of approach. I mean, we can let people know, as we talked about, but really that one-on-one touch is really the key factor in finding good candidates for you.
Okay, thank you.
Anybody on this side? Okay. I think that is all the questions we have for now. So thank you again, Mr. Wilson. Just asking you to stand by as we do this last presentation, and then we'll go out to public comment and bring it back to the council and see if there's any follow-up questions for you.
Gotcha. Thank you again, Mr. Mayor. I'll be standing by.
It looks like we have Stephanie on.
Yes, they're with WBCP Incorporated. So you guys are welcome to begin.
Good evening, Mayor, members of the City Council. My name is Terry Nisich, and I'm Senior Executive Recruiter with WBCP. We do have a PowerPoint that we can show if you'd like, or I can just present this way, whatever you would prefer.
Yeah, whichever is best for you. We're open to it.
Wonderful. Stephanie, why don't you go ahead and pull up the PowerPoint, and we'll go through that very quickly. Great. Thank you so much. Well, just by way of quick introduction, again, my name is Terry Nisich, Senior Executive Recruiter with WBCP. I have been with the firm for just over 3 years, but prior to coming to WBCP, I was in local government for almost 40 years. I spent the last 22 years as Assistant County Executive Officer with the County of Santa Barbara. And prior to that, 15 years with the City of Santa Clarita, which is in Los Angeles County. So a very strong background in both cities and counties over the course of my career, and very much wanted to come into recruiting prior to following my stepping away from the county, as I wanted to be engaged with local agencies and finding individuals to fill these important roles. Nothing is more important than getting wonderful people into these roles and finding the leaders of the next generation. So a little bit about WBCP, if you can go to the next slide, Stephanie. WBCP has more than 21 years of experience in search services. Obviously, we work with counties, cities, boards, special districts, and nonprofits. Of course, our focus really is on cities and counties, and that's what we love. We are now in Arizona, California, Colorado, Idaho, New York, Nevada, North Dakota, as you can see on our map. We've been expanding, quite frankly, because of our reputation, and we do soup to nuts. I'll talk to you a little bit about our process in terms of running recruitments. But one of the things that we really focus on, if you go to the next slide, Stephanie, is, of course, getting to those great candidates. We also are a 100% woman-owned business. Our clients and our HR teams love us. And why is that? We are an extension of HR. We will handle getting the interviews scheduled. We will handle doing all of the stakeholder outreach, which I'll talk to a bit more. We will assist you in your communications and engagement following your recruitment in terms of doing that critical announcement of your candidate to your community, press releases, etc. So we really work hard to be an extension of you and your staff and make this seamless from the day we walk in the door to the time that your individual is seated in the chair. Let's go to the next slide. A little bit about our process, similar to what you heard from some of the other firms, which highly respected firms, of course. Obviously, we begin with client kickoff. I start with in-depth conversations with each council member, and then work with you on identifying other critical stakeholders, both within the organization, your department heads, of course, other key individuals, and community engagement. We, of course, do community surveys, but I find it's very important to also do those one-on-one meetings with individuals to really understand what the community is looking for in that next partner, that next city manager, which will help them, frankly, achieve many of their goals. Through those stakeholder engagements, we then develop our competency-based ideal candidate profile and begin developing the marketing materials through a strategic marketing campaign. We take great pride in our marketing campaign at WBCP. Wendy Brown, our founder and president, began in marketing and communications. So we really believe that our marketing materials and our approach to marketing via social media, direct one-on-one, pick up the phone, talking to folks, really sets us apart. Why? Frankly, I have direct links to many of the city managers, county executives, and assistants that are at work today because I came up with them as part of that cohort that you saw coming through the profession over the last 20 years. I will show you a bit of our strategic marketing in just a minute. Our candidate screening is in depth. We phone screen about 20% of the candidate pool and do develop detailed fact sheets or summaries for each of the candidates, which is a spotlight of not only professional experience, but our analysis of their leadership competencies as well as their professional skills. And that is all compiled for you. Then, of course, we do the interviews and we lead those. As I mentioned previously, we will set those up, get them scheduled, make sure that everything is calendared. Obviously, we coordinate with your clerk to make sure that everything is set per Brown Act. A quick look, next slide, at our city manager experience. We just finished up our most recent city manager role with the city of Santa Monica. I'm very pleased to note that we had over 242 applicants for that particular role. Others, of course, run in the 60 to 90 candidate range. If you look at this particular listing, as an example, city of Santa Maria, very different here on the Central Coast. We had about 90 applicants for that. One of the council members asked a bit about military. You can see here we do have some experience in that regard with Port Hueneme. And of course, being in Santa Barbara, very familiar with the needs of coastal counties. We've done quite a bit of work with coastal counties. And of course, that's part of our background, as I already referenced. Let's go to the next slide. In terms of timing, we can move very, very quickly. We, again, take pride in the fact that we can open with about 12 weeks in a recruitment, about 2 weeks to open, 2 to 6 weeks of sourcing, meaning we keep something open about a month. And then we go through our shortlist exercise with you where I review the candidates. Interviews are usually in weeks 8 to 10, and then 10 to 12 is background and offer. We can help negotiate and do the actual negotiations with the individual as well, completely pending on what the desires of council and your staff may be at that point in time. We can move as quickly as you would like. This is what we usually say we need to complete a recruitment. But if there's additional stakeholder outreach or additional types of engagement that is needed, this would extend just a bit. I already spoke about where we are. If you want to go to the next slide, Stephanie. And go to the next slide. Talked a little bit about our marketing. We like to brand your city. We do not brand WBCP. We make sure that there's a comprehensive advertising and communications campaign, which is, of course, print, online ads, social media. We also, through Circa, have diversity job boards where we are able to reach a number of different individuals that might not otherwise see this type of recruitment. So we get out and push out to, I believe, over 3,000 additional job boards and we have really increased our diversity and inclusion and our diversity candidates. Next slide. This is just a quick look at some of our materials, again, with engagement and outreach, with the ideal candidate profile, our stakeholder engagement, our customized ad plan, and our sourcing and outreach strategies. Another quick look at our marketing materials. We really, as I said, we try to market this city. We really want them to understand what you're all about and why they should come to the city of Monterey. Here's a little bit of our marketing for Santa Monica. Again, really trying to capture the essence of the city. Talking about the community, the role, and this is all developed, as I mentioned, through intensive interviews with you, your staff, so that we can really glean what's important and tell the story of what you're looking for in your next city manager, tell the story of your community, understand your challenges and your opportunities and key projects, and really try to communicate that more broadly to our clients so we can have those critical conversations with them about what you are all about and what you're looking for. This is our city manager for Ventura recruitment. This slide, and I'll end likely on this slide. This is just a little bit about our advertising strategy and reach, going to those 600 diversity domains. Really, we're reaching into those niche diversity sites to be inclusive. And this is just a quick look at some of our surveying that we do to understand what's important to you, your community, your employees. We do employee surveys as well, I neglected to mention. We provide you with a diversity and EEO report so you can see the full candidate pool. We provide this reports from all of the input that we do. And then, of course, we also do comprehensive background and reference checks, fiscal, criminal, etc., in addition to those 360 reference checks as well at the end. So I went through that very, very quickly, but I did want to give that opportunity for you to see just a picture of what we do as well, not only just some of the background, but I wanted you to see some of the visual. So I appreciate the opportunity to provide the PowerPoint. So with that, I'm happy to answer any questions.
Awesome. Thank you, Terry, for the presentation. Open up to the council for questions, please, Dr. Barber.
Thank you so much. I had a question dealing with your outreach portion.
Yes.
In weeks 10 and 11, if I'm not mistaken, is that if I'm reading it correctly, how would the public outreach be viewed there? Would that be as part of the third interview, or is that before that? Because it looks like it would be part of a third interview as far as staff and or communities discussion. So I'm just curious as how the outreach is planned for all the timeline.
Sure. Two components to that. Typically what we'll do in those first couple weeks before we open is when we'll be working primarily with the city council to understand your needs and developing that recruitment brochure. And we then be also pretty simultaneously, frankly, we'll begin our stakeholder outreach to those individuals that you've identified for us as being those the primary folks that you'd like us to talk to. So typically, and what I'm doing right now with Santa Cruz County as another example with their county executive officer recruitment, we are doing both a community-wide survey, pushing out through their social media. And then I'm also interviewing various cohorts of the community. I've done a town meeting with their labor, I should mention, in addition to business community, in addition to their nonprofit community, and then others, which is their health community. So depending on the scope that you would like to see, we will likely host a variety of online sessions with the key stakeholders, in addition to the community survey, if we want to be very broad. And then also, as I mentioned, we will also, per your direction, do employee surveys, as well as we always suggest meeting with your department head team, of course.
Okay, thank you.
Great.
Absolutely.
One question. What's the position you're recruiting for Santa Cruz?
County Executive Office for the County Executive Officer for the County of Santa Cruz.
Okay, great, thank you. A little bit more on the timeline. I appreciate breaking it down, and of course, we all know that there's wiggle room.
Yes.
There was a good question earlier from one of the earlier presentations about the stakeholder outreach and a question of when is the right time to bring close community groups together to maintain the confidentiality of the applicants. Do you see a model that works best in your practice for protection of that, but also where the candidate can get vetted by a close circle of community stakeholders? And is the time, once you've narrowed it down to the top 3, or do you prefer opening that up before, when you're maybe working with a group of 8 or 10?
Yeah, and I do agree. Thank you for that question. I do agree with the prior presenter with the city manager role. It's very tenuous, obviously, because once things become public, it becomes very difficult for the individuals. One of the things that we have done as well is through the meet and greet process that was mentioned later, which was mentioned earlier. We often encourage those meet and greets at the end of the process. However, and that can be both from the community side as well. However, we have also facilitated, as part of the second day of the interview panels, once it's down to a smaller cohort, when you know it's really about fit, we have often convened the community, and we call it our community advisory panels, that sit and provide input to your city council on the candidates. We do have all of our individuals that serve on panels sign confidentiality agreements. However, we have the conversation, if that's decided that that is part of the framework for the interview, we do make our clients, or our candidates, I should say, aware of that from the beginning, that at the end of the process, there will be a time that we do engage a community advisory panel. We indicate that we do have confidentiality agreements, but if at that point in time, that is when they should begin having some conversations with their councils, because there is the likelihood that it may become public. So again, we let our candidates know what the process is so that they are fully aware before they embark on that.
And one last question, in terms of the interview process with a council of 5, do you anticipate that it's likely a all-day process with the council as they're doing the questions and meeting with the top 7 or 8, or maybe 10? Do you see that as a full day?
Yes, and for a variety of reasons. We want at least an hour with folks, and this is perhaps one of the most, well, I would say it is the most important hire you're going to make to help lead your organization. So we would really like a full day with the council to do those interviews. Absolutely.
Okay, great, thank you, Mayor. That's all I had.
Absolutely. Anybody else have questions? I'm not seeing any. So again, Terry, thank you for your presentation. And at this time, we're going to go ahead and open it up for public comment, and then we'll bring it back to the council afterwards. So I'll do a check with folks on Zoom, if you can navigate your way to the raise hand function. And in the meantime, we'll check with folks in the chamber. Anybody in the chamber wish to speak on this item? All right, not seeing any, so we'll do a countdown for folks on Zoom to 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. And we have nobody on Zoom, so we'll bring it back to the council. What I suggest is, does everybody have a sense of maybe where they're leaning towards?
I do. Yeah.
Okay, so why don't we just go around and identify the firm that you're leaning towards, and then if there's a discrepancy or a difference of opinion, we can talk it through afterwards. So who wants to start? All right, Dr. Barber.
I don't mind to start. I think all 3 firms were wonderful. I really enjoyed reading about them, and really I think the accolades of what they've done and what they continue to do is wonderful. I really am tossed between two. And so maybe hearing more from my colleagues, that'll get me to be able to see where I'm leaning on that.
Dr. Barber, can I pause you for 1 second? I meant to ask staff a question before.
Okay.
So before you disclose, let me just get some clarification from staff,
Okay.
just to make this fair for everybody on the council. I'm wondering, so just for awareness for everybody, staff had released the RFP, the request for proposals, and there was 14, I believe there was 14 responses. Staff selected the top 3, and that's what we're reviewing today. So my question for staff is, what was the ranking for the top 3? What was the ranking criteria? And any other thoughts as it relates to the 3 that we're considering?
So I will give you some of the criteria. We had it's a larger spreadsheet and I was unable to print that for today. We looked at experience, specifically with city manager recruitment, timeline costs. We looked at the diversity outreach and public engagement. A lot were close. A lot of the firms that responded, I won't say they were similar, but they all had their strengths. And so it really did come down to picking the top 3. And what I looked at and kind of where we landed was, like I said, with the experience with the city manager specifically, and then, there's some that have a ton of others, but just looking at city managers, the timelines were all pretty close. The costs were all within about $10,000. The diversity outreach kind of moved people to the top to do something a little different. And of course, public engagement. Knowing that, I think any other firms, of course, would do what council requests. They would respond to council's direction for public engagement. I hope that answers.
Yeah. And then was there a ranking for the top 3 from staff's looking at the criteria that we used for the selection process? Was there a ranking from staff's perspective in regards to
like scores that we did? Yes, we did.
Is that something that you could share?
No, I don't have them with me. I didn't bring our ranking and our sheet. I just was following the direction of council to bring the top 3. And
okay.
Okay. Yeah.
That was it.
Okay. I'm back.
Yes.
Okay.
Sorry about that.
Okay.
Thank you, Brett.
No worries. I'm not going to prolong this, but for me, it's two that I'm looking at, and really for a lot of what Brett just mentioned, dealing with the experience, diversity, timeline, the city and staff community outreach piece and engagement, and that is Bob Murray and WBCP.
Is there one that is at top for you right now out of the 2?
At top right now is Bob Murray.
Okay.
But I still have, like I said, I want to hear more conversation dealing with WBCP. But right now it's between those 2, but at top right now is Bob Murray.
Okay. And if we could just shout it out here, because if we have to get in deeper discussion, I want to make sure that we can wrap this up relatively soon. So who wants to jump in next, please?
So I'll just list them in my order of priority. Number 1, Bob Murray. 2, WBCP, and 3rd, Ralph Anderson.
Okay. Thank you. Who wants to go next?
My favorite was Bob Murray. I appreciated the diversity of candidates. It was really laid out well. It was easy to read, which meant something to me. I like when people show up, I'll admit it. And I appreciate the Bay Area context. I also checked references, and I was stunned with the references that people gave me. They weren't good. They were beyond belief. It was very impressive. So that's what I have to say. And thank you so much, Brett. You brought three fabulous firms to us. And I really appreciate that because I hope it's a lot easier choosing the city manager than it is the firm. And thank you so much. Excellent.
Thank you, Councilmember Rush. All right, Councilmember Smith.
So tough choice. Very impressed with all three. All three are women owned, but as you look through the About Us and all of their websites, they are all three built with everything they need to do effective recruitments, whether it's for general city manager, CAO, police chief, fire chief, and all the way down. And I know several of them that work for all of the companies, not on a personal level, just from the professional side. I did a phone call to two people that have previously gone through recent recruitments and currently going through recruitments, and asked the general question, if you had these three, what would you say about the three? And they both said those three are the best. Those three are very good, and all three will serve you well. But what I was looking for was public engagement strategy, the confidentiality that was expressed by Bob Murray as well as all the other two, and looking at the recruitments that have been going on recently that align with some similarity to Monterey. So my choices are one, Bob Murray, and two, the WBCP, and three, Anderson. And it's a very close to all of those. I lean towards Bob Murray because of their current local connection of recruitment, Monterey Peninsula Regional Park District, Santa Cruz, Salinas, Monterey, as well as when you look at their vast number of recruitments that they have been recently doing. I thought she did a great job in her presentation. She covered all of the basics. She answered questions well, and she's in San Jose. So I nodded to the local, her presence, but also some of their current recruitments have a little bit more connections to Monterey. And I liked her answer. I liked a lot of the other answers. I like all three of them, but we can only have one. So my number one is the Bob Murray group.
Awesome. Thank you for it. It happens to be my number one as well. The in-person presence, obviously, I think makes a huge difference. And for you to take your time to come out, not knowing how this was going to turn out, means a lot. The fact that you're the one leading your organization, and your organization has made the conclusion that the city of Monterey deserves the head of the organization taking on the recruitment, means a lot. I think the focus on the DEI was an important aspect for me. And I've also reached out to references and had some outstanding feedback. And similarly, it was great firms all around. So with that, I am going to go ahead and make a motion to make a selection of Bob Murray and Associates.
Second.
It's moved and seconded. And second. Anybody else want to second it?
Yeah, I don't know how that works.
And I also just want to give gratitude and appreciation for Fred and Terry coming out and giving the presentation.
Yeah.
In some magical way, would love to have everybody work together on making this happen, because that's how important the recruitment process is for us in selecting our next city manager. But just much gratitude for you taking your time to come and present today.
Mayor, can I add something to that?
Yes, please.
Going through the profiles of the people that work for these firms was really, it was fun for me, because I have run across several people that work there, and all three of them have selected outstanding support team, and not just the recruiters, but you can really see the graphics, the flyers, their answers. All three companies were spot on. And if another city called me tomorrow and said, what do you think? We're considering, it's like, this is an easy reference to be able to say that we're in the business where we can say there's three clear groups that a city could turn to. So I just want to say kudos to the professionalism of all three. And thank you for the time of the three that did their presentations. And it's exciting to see that they have, even though some of them are now retired and doing this, they still have passion for public service work and for putting a city manager in Monterey. It's exceedingly important, and they recognize that. And to pick an agency like Bob Murray that's willing to help us find the next leader, we appreciate what we're going to go down in the path to get us there.
Well said. And I'll do one last thank you again to staff. I know staff is working hard behind the scene to try to make this all happen. So thank you for taking the time to do this and for the navigating between council and the firm to make this happen. So
yeah, stand by.
All righty. With that, we'll go ahead and call for the vote. All those in favor? Aye. Any opposed? Motion passes unanimously. Congratulations.
Now go to dinner somewhere.
I know.
Spend.
Stay another day. That's good.
Yeah.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
Okay, with that, we're going to be going into closed session, but there's one thing that I want to ask staff if it's doable, kind of if we could have council give the cards now since we're in open session so that when we come back into the evening session, we could be good to go to do the exercise without having to wait for a lag in the evening. Okay.
For the agenda item.
Okay. All right. With that, I will go ahead and open it up for public comment on closed session agenda items. There are two items. Closed session item 10 is closed session conference with real property negotiators pursuant to Government Code Section 54956 TAC 8. And closed session item 11 is conference with legal counsel existing litigation pursuant to Government Code Section 54956 TAC 9D1. Anybody on Zoom, you can use the raise hand function. Anybody in the chamber wish to speak on either of these items? All right, seeing none in the chamber, we'll go ahead and do a countdown for folks on Zoom to 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. And there's nobody on Zoom. So with that, we'll go ahead and recess to closed session. Thank you, everybody. Hello, everybody. Welcome to our evening session of today's council meeting. It is Tuesday, September 2nd, 2025. Fire's just making sure that we don't mess with their budget. That's what
Right, it's right on.
right on cue. Give me 1 second here. So okay, we're gonna go ahead and reconvene. And I'm gonna ask Dr. Barber to kick us off with the Pledge of Allegiance.
Stand, please. Ready, begin.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you, Dr. Barber. All right, and with that, we're going to do continued general public comments. This is an opportunity for public comments on non-agendized matters. Just for everybody's awareness, how this process works is we identify the individuals that want to speak during public comment at the beginning of the public comment period. Once those folks are identified, we close it off, and then only those folks will be able to speak. So if you raise your hand or try to be identified after that cutoff period occurs, you won't be able to speak. So I'm going to start with folks on Zoom. If you're on Zoom, you can use the raise hand function. Again, this is for non-agendized items. While they're navigating their way there, I'll check in the chamber. Anybody in the chamber wish to speak on any non-agendized items? If you wouldn't mind doing me a favor and staying up to the left of the podium. If you prefer to remain seated, just hold tight for a second while everybody else adjusts here. All right, so I see the 3, 4, 5, 6 folks. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 folks standing. Anybody else in the chamber wish to speak on general public comments? All right, I'm not seeing any, so we're going to close it off to the 6. And I'll do a countdown for folks on Zoom to 5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
We have one, and then there's someone else with their hand raised who already spoke in the afternoon, so she will not be able to speak.
Perfect. Okay, we're going to go ahead and give 3 minutes. So please, we're going to start in the chamber.
Good evening, Mayor Williamson, council members. Oh, good. Oh, that's much more comfortable. Feist, I'm a longtime resident of Monterey, and I'm here tonight to speak in opposition to the housing element IJ ordinance that you passed last week, specifically about the 6 units on R1 lots. When I read Gene Rash's report a few days ago about the passing of this bill, and I read about the R1 changes, I was shocked. I didn't know anything about it. And I started talking to my neighbors about it, and nobody seemed to know anything about it. And some of them were pretty outraged, and they even challenged me. They go, "Oh no, 6 on 1 lot, that can't be true. You know, you got something wrong." So I went to the website and I downloaded both volumes, and I started to look for information on R1 zoning, and I couldn't find it. I mean, I know it's in there, but I couldn't even find it. Everybody here knows that it was agendized under housing element and not an amendment for R1 zoning. But under California Government Code 65090-65094, zoning changes require proper notice and an opportunity for public input. And this falls right in line with parliamentary procedure. Any action that significantly affects a member's rights requires advance notice. So that members aren't ambushed. And there's precedents. Horn versus Ventura, Environmental Defense Project versus YOLO. The courts have struck down zoning changes when notice is inadequate. Does that mean I have how many moments? Okay, I'll just jump forward. So on the grounds of inadequate public notice and lack of transparency, I'm asking you to reconsider the ordinance and open back up the R1 zoning for public review. Thank you for your time.
And you had described having trouble finding some of the information. And if you want, you can leave your contact information with staff and connect with them, and they can help you point in the right direction.
Okay. We're mostly concerned that we've been left out.
Sorry, I apologize. I want to be careful not to give you extra time because then everybody else will be. But if you want to connect with staff, we can get you the information that you need. You're welcome, sir. All right. And I apologize. There's supposed to be 5 folks left, and there's 6 folks standing. Okay. Please.
I have to move the mic down.
That's why we have it on a swivel.
My name is Elaine Ramos, and I've been a resident of Kona for over 30 years. And as you all may know, that there's been some issues out there, but with the fairgrounds and our neighborhood complaining. And we knew when we bought our property out there that we were going to be living next to the fairgrounds, next to the airport, and there would be noise issues. But over the 30 years, we've enjoyed our time there until recently. The fairgrounds has expanded the types of events that they have over there. And most recently, Cali Roots has been a big one. There's been a lot of mitigations that's made that a little bit better of an event. However, last week, a couple of weeks ago, when the motorsport event came, it brought a whole different dynamics of people here to the peninsula. It didn't just affect our neighborhood, but it affected the entire peninsula. And I think our first responders and our staff, everybody was overwhelmed by it. Can you imagine what our tiny little neighborhood, how we were overwhelmed over there? And when we try to voice our opinions, we were shut down saying, you're just a handful of people. We've got a greater neighborhood here of more residents who enjoy the events that are happening at the neighborhood. They enjoy these events that the fairgrounds brings and the revenue that it brings. We do too. We enjoy these events. We treasure the revenue that these people are bringing here, but there has to be some mitigation for the impacts that it brings to our neighborhood when these crowds come and we don't have the resources to stop at the traffic, the violence, the noise. And so when I spoke to the fairground CEO, she advised me that there's not an ordinance between the city and the fairgrounds that guides the fairgrounds on what they can and cannot do. I know they are a state agency, but she told me that having an ordinance in place, the fairgrounds would be obligated to follow that ordinance. And so I had the city research, and we don't have anything. We don't have an MOU. We don't have an ordinance. But Kona itself had an agreement, a written agreement with the fairgrounds that would eliminate motorcycle races. Of course, this agreement was back in 1989, but it still said eliminate motorcycle races. And yet, next month, there's going to be a motorcycle race there. It'll be the first one in over 30 years. You don't know what those motorcycle races, the noise, the dust, the crowds, the impacts that that's going to bring to our neighborhood and as well as the rest of the peninsula. The motorsport event had drag racing, it had the dragster, it had the donut burnouts. And so the crowds that came from the Bay Area that enjoy sideshows are the types of people that came. We're going to have the same kind of crowds coming once again. So I am imploring the council and the city to reconsider and have an ordinance that the fairgrounds can use and mitigate the issues that impact us.
Thank you, Elaine.
Thank you.
You want me to go setting up?
Sure.
Okay, I'll go while you're setting up. Okay. All right. As a permit holding, insurance carrying sidewalk vendor down at the wharf, even though every permit holder has a registered email, neither the planning staff nor the city has issued any instructions about the implementation of the new sidewalk ordinance. With city code, cities usually want voluntary compliance. But it is obvious that Monterey wants to inflict as much hardship on vendors as possible. Going over the council meeting in which bike rental permit restrictions were lifted, Ed Smith repeatedly made the point that safety on the bike path justified a study. and it was agreed by the majority of the council that it was the high-speed e-bikes that were the real threat to health and safety. Tyler said he suspected the high speeders were all locals, and it was they who were causing the rec trail to be unsafe, not tourists on bikes. Okay. So it was proposed that there be a speed limit like Pacific Grove had done, and some bike speed enforcement be done by but the mayor said the police department did not have the resources. So where are the financial resources coming from to enforce vending regulations? We talked to the harbor master. He said he has no interest in enforcing land use codes on vendors. That's not his jurisdiction. I'm not sure. Okay. So it was agreed by the majority of the council that it was the high-speed e-bikes. Tyler suspected it was the high speeders. It was proposed that the speed limit like Pacific Grove be passed. It's been heard that Chris Shake is volunteering to pay for the city's cost of enforcement. And this was supposed to be a decision made because of health and safety. And that's showing some serious economic animus that he's saying, look, if it's going to cost more than the city can afford, I'll pay for it, you know? And and he's a Wharf Business Association. So we know what's really going on here. So I recommend that you put off the enforcement of the latest ordinance and you enforce it starting January 1st, 2026. You know, what's the hurry? The season's over. There's less vendors showing up. There's less tourists coming here. There's no health and safety standards. It's obviously just the wharf businesses lined up against us. I'm a documentary filmmaker, so it's great because all your city councils are fair use. And so I just go over the whole history of how, because I do a history of 946. I do a history of sidewalk vending throughout history, the Agora, all that. I get everybody to love sidewalk vendors, and then we get to see what you guys do to us. So know that this is not just this contained in this area. It is going to be for a greater audience, and how you go forward will be documented and will be known.
Good evening, Ms. Council Mayor. She's going to go next, and then.
I
beg your pardon.
No problem. Okay, so I have a photograph here of all the vendors that needed regulation today. Yep. So these are all the vendors that required strict regulation today. There was 0. Here is the new ordinance maximum vendor size, and that's the tomb the city has given me for my business to be buried in. There are a total now of 10 vendor spots available. 2 of them have been mismeasured and are on state property, so that will leave 8 once they clarify that measuring mistake. This has been called a dysfunctional amount of space, and I would have to agree. We had a sidewalk vendor, speaking of tombs, we had a sidewalk vendor die this last month in between all of the votes. And I'm not going to say that the stress of these proceedings killed him, but I will say that he was in very poor health, and it was hard to survive with his health problems and his heart issues. It was a tough time for him and his family. I just wanted to take a moment to say that he was a veteran. He was a father. Him and his son started the sidewalk business together. And one of the last conversations I had with him was him expressing that he just hoped that the council would reconsider. And I'd like to yield the rest of my time for a moment of silence for Matt Sr. and his service to this country. Thank you.
Again, good evening. Good evening. Mike Brassfield. I'm here as a Vice President of Kona. After the previous event at the fairgrounds, and after living there for 50 years and understanding what it will be when we get motorcycles, I hope that the city is also gearing up to handle street issues
similar to the last event, but with motorcycles, which is a little harder to enforce traffic issues on because they get away pretty fast. But I'm here at the request of our president, Richard Russillo, to say that we hope that the city pays very close attention. After meeting with Mr. Garcia, I appreciate that we will be paying attention to what happens there this coming event. But I wanted to sustain the support that we're getting from our neighborhood to make sure that we're covered by the city on issues at this next event. Thank you.
Okay, with that, we will go to our callers on Zoom.
Yes, we have Richard. And Richard, you can go ahead, please.
Good evening, Mayor and City Council. Richard Russillo, Casanova Oakno president. What I want to talk to you about is my concern for the lost jobs in the city of Monterey, the closing businesses, and how that affects the financial stability of our city. Thrifty just closed, Ordway, M&S Lumber, Monterey Mercedes, one of the largest employers in the area. They're leaving for Marina. And on top of that, we have the bankruptcy of CVS and Walgreens, and literally hundreds of jobs lost. Now MIIS, 528 students, mostly not from this area. They're living in apartments and houses, 563 employees. These are huge numbers of lost jobs, either lost now or coming in the near future. And I want to get our focus of our city back to creating jobs and financial stability. Garden Road was created as a light industrial area, manufacturing. That is new money coming into Monterey, not service money regurgitated going back and forth like doctors. Ryan Ranch was created as a light industrial area, and now it's almost totally service. So what I'm saying is to refocus the direction of the city of Monterey, trying to emulate Marina with Joby Aviation and 600 new paying jobs. That is really changing the city of Marina. Marina and Seaside now exceed us in population. Monterey's leadership is fading into the future. And my concern is focus. I ask you to consider that and start to concentrate on bringing us back to a financial stability. Thank you.
Is that the only one? All right, with that, we'll go ahead and close general public comments and we'll ask for announcements from closed session, please.
On the first closed session item, number 10, conference with real property negotiators pursuant to Government Code Section 54956.8 pertaining to 30 Fisherman's Wharf. On a unanimous roll call vote, confidential direction was given to real property negotiators. On closed session item 11, subsection 1, Richard Rosendale, there was no reportable action. On item number 2, Pacific Western Bank versus the city, there was no reportable action. On item number 3, Stronghold Engineering versus the city, the Santa Clara Superior Court action. On a unanimous roll call vote, there's confidential direction given to legal counsel. On item number 4, Stronghold Engineering versus the city of Monterey in the Riverside Superior Court. On a unanimous roll call vote, there was confidential direction given to legal counsel. And on the last matter, Morales versus the city of Monterey, there was no reportable action.
Thank you, Chrissy. With that, we'll go to our presentation for the evening session, item 12, to receive a presentation on the use of naloxone or Narcan for opioid and fentanyl overdoses. Casey Reb here. Oh, they're both here. What a treat. So while they're making their way up, I will share that September is known as Recovery Month for drug and alcohol recovery. And so I met Reb in Casey during I'm getting my acronyms mixed up. What is the
Health and Human Services?
No, the JPA.
Oh, JPA.
CHS. Thank you.
Yeah.
I've been doing federal acronyms all day today. HCS is what I was thinking of. But anyways, they were hosting an event, and they did a representation of how to appropriately provide the medication. And it's important. And I asked them to come out to do it in front of a council meeting. So I appreciate you both being here today and the work that you all do. So I'll pass the mic to you all, and feel free to give out your presentation with us today.
Which direction do we face?
You'll face this way, and that way the camera, everybody will be able to see you because the camera's
Okay.
that camera's looking at you.
All right, so thank you. Thank you.
You're good.
Truly. Thank you for having us here. Thank you for being willing to learn information about what we can do to save people in our community. I'm very grateful. Thank you for our Monterey PD for actually having a Narcan box over on their site. We also have one down at Lake Elistero and one by the transit center. You can literally just walk up and grab Narcan. No problem. There's no question. There's nothing. You open the door, you grab the Narcan, you walk away. Nothing to it. And the reason this is important is it's life-saving. And truly, with what's going on in the community here and in other communities across the nation, we need to save lives so we can get people into treatment. We can make sure that our loved ones, our friends and family members are safe. And people will say oftentimes, I don't need Narcan. I don't use substances. I don't have opioids in my home. The reality is the last time I used Narcan was when I was driving to where the county was opening the Narcan vending machine in the Salinas Transit Center. And as we were driving up, there was somebody slumped over on the sidewalk, somebody standing over them holding a cell phone. And so we pulled over, I grabbed my Narcan and went over, and the gentleman on the cell phone's like, I don't know what to do. And ironically, I said, I do, I got this. And so we were able to get that patient taken care of and get him to medical care. So it's one of those things, if you're in the community and you're ready to save a life, that's what this is all about. Okay. So we'll make it quick, we'll make it easy.
We should probably introduce ourselves.
Okay, you can do that.
Okay, so again, sorry about the awkward direction here. So my name's Casey Grover. I was born at Chomp, longtime resident of Monterey. Used to be an ER doc. Now I do addiction medicine. Dr. Reb Close, we've been married for 18 years. And between the two of us, I think it's 34 years in the Chomp Emergency Department taking care of the community. Dr. Close also now practices addiction medicine as well. I spend all day today trying to get people off of fentanyl, off of alcohol, off of cannabis, and off of meth, among other drugs. And the reason we're here today is the drug supply gets worse every year. And if we all carry this medicine called naloxone, we can all save a life. And what I can tell you is we are desperately trying to get more addiction doctors to come to this community. We have not one, but two, but three addiction doctors that are joining us in our practice down by the wharf in about the last month. And when people have addiction, the best way to describe it is they lose the ability to make good decisions. I call it their executive functioning, keeping a calendar, managing a schedule, deciding what's a good decision, what's a bad decision. That's the part that's diseased in addiction. And when they die of an overdose, we never get another chance to treat them. So that's why this matters. So Dr. Close, would you like to teach us how to use Narcan?
I can do that. I can do that. So the quickest way to think about it is, when would I need to use Narcan? Of course. Yes.
If I may ask though, it makes it easier if you're at the camp, because there's a lot of folks online, and then everybody in the chamber can see the screen. Yeah. So when you're doing the demonstration, if you could just do it that way, so that way everybody could see. I know it's kind of awkward with the.
Good idea. Okay. Yes. So the most important thing is identifying an overdose. Okay. So there are basically two things to look for. Someone is unresponsive and poorly breathing. That's it. Okay. So if you come across someone, just like I did on the street the other day, where someone was unresponsive and poorly breathing, it's time for Narcan. If that person is having an emergency associated with diabetes, or if they're having a stroke, or if they're having a heart attack, even if you give them Narcan, there's no change in the other thing that's happening. Okay. But that's why we call 911, right? If somebody's unresponsive and poorly breathing, you need the paramedics, you need our first responders, and you need their help. So call 911, grab your Narcan. That's what we did. Okay. So unresponsive, poorly breathing, you've got your Narcan. You open the box.
Open one in parallel.
Ooh, we'll go front and back. And inside it, there are 2 doses of naloxone or Narcan. Okay. This way. There's 2 doses inside. I'm going this way.
18 years of marriage.
We got it.
Now doctors, settle down.
And if you take out your dose of Narcan, okay, and you'll open it up. Inside the dose, there are instructions, which in this circumstance, you will not have time to read. Okay. But in there, here's your Narcan. Okay. So you put your 2 fingers on the side, you put your thumb on the bottom. Okay. It's a nasal spray. You got it up here, Grover? Come on. Vanna, you got that? It's a nasal spray. I'm going to put it against my black shirt so you can see what it looks like as it goes off. Okay. When you push that button, okay, it's a myth. The other part of it is there's no needle. It's not sharp. You can't get hurt with this thing. Okay. It's just a mist. And so literally you go up to someone and you check on them. You're like, hey, are you okay? Are you okay? Unresponsive and poorly breathing, right? Yeah. He is. Are you okay? No. So he's unresponsive and poorly breathing. I open my Narcan. And literally how you administer this is you put it in the nose until your fingers touch the nose. Okay. So my fingers are touching the outside of his nose and you push the button. And you've just administered Narcan.
If anyone wondering, that was real Narcan.
Yeah, of course. Are you okay?
We do this all the time. We're professionals.
Yeah. Beautiful question. It's 1 per spray.
Doesn't do anything.
Okay. That's the full dose. And you push it until it goes in. Don't push it gently. There's no point. You're giving the whole dose. Yeah. And you literally just put it in until your fingers touch. You don't need to, this isn't a brain biopsy. This is just getting it inside the nose. Okay. The other thing is, and I get asked this all the time, well, the patient's not breathing. How do they sniff the Narcan? They don't. You saw that big mist, right? That showed up on my shirt. It gets absorbed into the mucous membranes. It just gets absorbed. They don't have to be breathing. And literally, I've been in the Chomp parking lot underneath somebody administering Narcan that was slumped over in a car. So they can be sitting, they can be standing, they can be laying down, they can be any position, but unresponsive and poorly breathing.
And if you're wondering, the way it works is it basically takes whatever opioid is in their body and just makes it stop working. So it really doesn't do anything else except reverse the effect of opioids, but that's how it works. Our patients try so hard. Many of them have been horribly traumatized as children and they don't know what to do and they turn to drugs. And we are doing our best to try to help. So on behalf of our patients, if any of you want to carry one, thank you to Monterey PD for having a box where they can go get some for free. Thanks, Chief.
Several boxes.
So you literally can just walk over next door and grab some. If anybody feels like they urgently need some, we brought some. Y'all heard we're married. We debated the whole drive over how many doses to bring, and I clearly lost the argument because we only brought 24. But Monterey PD has more. The visitor center down by Lake El Estero has a box. And then there's one also by the transit center where you can get it for free. Yes, sir.
If you give it to somebody and they didn't need it, will it hurt them?
I should look around. Did it hurt? It did not hurt.
Can you repeat the question just for folks on?
Yes. If you give someone a dose of naloxone and they didn't need it, will it hurt them? The answer is no.
Nope.
It doesn't do anything except reverse opioids.
So if you don't have opioids in your body, it does nothing. Tastes a little bit bitter. I've had hundreds of these over the years of training. I'm not kidding. And it's a little bitter.
Sorry. We're going to do public comments in a second. There's a real formal process that we have to follow just to make sure that everything is done fairly, but
we are rookies. Sorry.
No, it's not you. I just want to let folks in the audience know we're going to do public comment on this. So if anybody has questions, we'll open it up for the public to jump up on the mic and ask your question on the mic, and we'll go through that process.
Yes. Last thing is, it does have an expiration date. It still works after the expiration date, so you can give it. And it also says you can't take it in a really hot or cold environment. The good news, we live in Monterey, it's always 65. But just in case you go to King City and it's hot, if it gets too hot, it won't damage it. It still works. It's just slightly less effective.
And to clarify, you give that first dose because there's 2 in the box, right? You give that first dose, and if that person is still unresponsive and poorly breathing, you give the second dose. And you tend to give it in the other nostril if you have that wherewithal during the event. If you give them both in the same nostril, it's okay. You're still saving a life.
And if they're still not breathing, you already called 911, so help is on the way.
Yep. Yeah. And that's why there's the 2 doses as you go one right after the other. And it's supposed to be a couple of minutes, 2 to 5. I'm not going to ask you to look at a clock. Absolutely not. You're in the middle of a situation that's very stressful and you're doing something to save someone.
Okay, I think we'll stop there.
Thank you. Could I just ask you to take maybe another 2 or 3 minutes and just describe a little bit more of the work that you all are doing outside of going around to events like this and sharing Narcan demonstrations?
Since you grinned enormously, do you want to go first?
I can. I mean, the reality is the ripple effect of addiction, the friends, the family, the children. We're trying to bring the people together to get someone into treatment so that ripple effect becomes positive, right? So we want to get people into care, want to get people into treatment so we can help their friends, their families, and their children.
Yeah, I mean, I think the best way to say it is in America, it's easier to get high than help. And yeah, so Dr. Close and I both went to UCLA for medical school. I did residency at Stanford. Dr. Close did residency at UCLA. 15 years of medical education between the two of us. We got a single hour of training on addiction. You ask most doctors, what do I do? And they have no idea. So thank you to Montage Health for supporting us in becoming doctors in addiction medicine specifically. And so, yes, we are trying to make it easy enough that you can just walk in and we'll get help. So our office is in the old Monterey Bay Urgent Care down at 245 Washington. With our new physician starting in about 2 weeks, we should be able to see anybody pretty much same day. We take almost any insurance. The name of our practice is Pacific Rehabilitation and Pain. Kudos to our boss, Dr. Deldar, for making a lot of this possible. And then, yeah, the transitions are amazing. One of my patients today, she was so proud she doesn't need me anymore. She's 15 months sober and she has a bunny breeding business and she's all smiles as she's a nanny, and we got her off of fentanyl and she's a wonderful, really nice person. Our patients are some of the nicest people. They struggle. Most of them have been traumatized. We go to a lot of schools. We have an event coming up. I believe it's on September the 20th at Monterey High School, where we'll be doing some education for parents of MPUSD. I was at a Marina Middle School this week giving education to the students. Just we're trying to get as much good information out there as we can. What I miss? Oh, yes. Go ahead.
On the 20th as well is the recovery run. It's going to be in Marina, and it's literally just celebrating people that are in recovery, families that are affected, and the community as a whole. Just trying to bring awareness, destigmatize this disease so we can get people into care and treatment.
Sorry, Brooke.
Ask Dildar.
Sorry. Just careful with questions, folks.
Oh, sorry.
I know. I appreciate it. It's all good. It's all good. You're good. You're good.
Yeah.
Thank you both. Thank you, Dr. Close. Thank you, Dr. Grover. Please, let's give them a round of applause for coming. And they have extra Narcan, so if anybody wants to take them with them at this point, actually, let me turn to the council. Does the council have any questions for them? Please.
Thank you for the demo. I just want to further acknowledge the awesome work that you're both doing. I attended the Sun Street Symposium down in Soledad a few weeks back, and I think you were doing the presentation there. Great work to a room full of folks, and also the information was in Spanish. So really appreciated that. So great work that you're doing throughout the region, not just in our city. So thank you.
Councilmember Smith.
Yeah, thank you very much, Deb. It's good to see you again. I just wanted to ask the question for the public, because after the administration has been given to the individual and they revive, what is a typical response? Because if they're giving treatment untrained, what can they expect as the person is reviving themselves?
Yeah, that's a wonderful question. Thank you. So if someone is not dependent on opioids, they will wake up from this overdose event and there's basically no symptoms or no issues. If someone is dependent and tolerant, like their body needs opioids to feel normal, there can be some withdrawal symptoms. The beautiful part of the nasal spray in comparison to what I did as an ER doc for 20 years of giving it IV is it's slow and it's much more gentle where people come to, so to speak. And it's usually when the medics are arriving that people start coming around legitimately. So you may notice that somebody's confused. They might be uncomfortable. They don't know what's happened to them. Reassurance, reassurance, reassurance. I was worried about you. We were in an overdose situation. I gave you some Narcan. The medics are on their way. That's what I read every Narcan administration in Monterey, Santa Cruz, and San Benito counties. And that's the typical response is people start coming around as the medics get there. Oftentimes the medics need to give more. With the supply we have right now, they're oftentimes needing to give significantly more Narcan, but it's much more gradual. Just reassure.
Yeah. And I think the follow up to that is don't expect that there's going to be a violent reaction when they come out of it. It's just you're there to make sure that they get it and you've called 911 and you stand by until 911 gets there and you tell 911 paramedics everything you've seen and they'll take it from there. But it's so basic. And it's so ABC, and everyone should get one of these and have it in their car, have it in their go bag, have it in their office.
Absolutely.
Thank you for everything you're doing.
Oh, thank you. Thank you so much. Thank you for having us, and thank you for your attention.
We have our box. All right, we have Councilman Barash who's going to jump on the mic now.
Thank you. I took the training at the conference center, and I've got my naloxone in my car. And we got it through the neighborhood, Monterey Vista Neighborhood Association. And our president has it in his car. And I think we have a couple more board members of the neighborhood association that keep it in their car. So we're ready and we're with you. Yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you.
All right. And with that, we'll go ahead and open up for public comments. So we'll invite folks up. So for folks that are on Zoom, you can use the raise hand function. And then in the meantime, I'll check with the chamber. Anybody in the chamber wish to speak on this item, just ask you stand up to the left of the podium. Anybody questions? To over here. Any comments on this? So we just have the one in the chamber. Okay, so we'll cut it off in the chamber. I'll do a countdown for folks on Zoom to 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, and we have nobody on Zoom. So we'll take this one public commenter and she'll come up to the mic here.
I just have a detailed question. Like what kinds of drugs does it react against? Like you say opioids, Tylenol, codeine, alcohol. I mean, I don't know if you're having a party at your house and someone is unresponsive. Is this something you distribute or no? Or does it matter?
So it's a really good question. The answer is really none of our patients know it's in their drugs. It's really funny. One of my patients was like, Dr. Grover, my drug dealer's so unreliable. And I was like, so yes. So the amount of fentanyl that would fit in this sugar packet's enough to kill 2,000 people. And unfortunately, anything bought off the street may have fentanyl in it. So drugs used to have their lanes. Opioids were one type of drug. Cannabis was another. Uppers were another. It's all a big mess right now. Some of our patients who only want drug A get exposed to fentanyl. So if somebody's going down, we don't know, just give Narcan. But it technically only works on opioids, but minus it being a little bitter, it didn't hurt me and it won't hurt anyone you give it to.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Awesome. That's a great question. So thank you for it. All right, with that, we'll go ahead and close public comment, bring it back to the council. Any last minute comments?
No, thank you for your education and outreach, and please continue. And you know how to get a hold of our professionals, anything you need. Appreciate it.
And it looks like there's one box left. So there's anybody that wants one on the way out. It is your name on it. So
question before you leave. How do we best help the kids, the adolescents, when we don't know what they're taking, they don't know what they're taking. What's your advice?
Which adolescents? So Dr. Close takes care of patients in juvenile hall that are getting trafficked. Those kids don't have a fair chance.
Yeah.
One of my patients has a family member who's in prison for 120 years for what he did to her as a child. Those kids don't get a fair chance. Almost all of my patients have post-traumatic stress disorder from something bad that happened to them in their lives, and many of them, lots of it. And I think the question is resources for kids to understand what they're feeling and safe things for them to do after school. These kids are super savvy. I go and every time I go to a school, I learn about some new drug. Galaxy gas? I didn't know that was until I went to a middle school last year. It's nitrous oxide, which can be misused. So I have to say thank you to Montage for supporting Reb and I and going to as many schools as will have us. I think I went to 27 schools in 2024 and spoke to over 5,000 children. And they're getting the message and they're savvy. They know. I think just the question is what hurts is to see these kids that are really struggling with what they're going through. And we help them try to pick up the pieces. I don't know if you want to add anything.
We've been talking about primary prevention, right? We did that with our daughter. When she was literally, 4 or 5, we're talking about what are drugs and where do you get them from and what makes something safe and what can be dangerous. That education started when she was, preschool, right? And so primary prevention can start today, tomorrow. Right. And then as we move on, we have Casey and I both have a roster full of kids that are experimenting with cannabis and with alcohol. And I think those conversations have to start. Casey was referencing the kids that are really struggling, and those are mine. Those are the kids that I try to get them safe, reconnected with, whether it's family, whether it's foster care, wherever they need to go to have a safe home or a safe place. So there's various levels, but I think what we can all do as a community is talk about it. If we pretend like it's going away and we hide from it, our kids will find it. So we need to talk with them. We need to make sure that my kid has this in her backpack. No doubt about it. She knows how to use it and why. So just have those conversations.
Thank you.
Yeah.
I'm going to ask one last question. When I was going through grade school, it was like dare, say no to drugs. And I think that there could be a lot of perceptions from parents that you just try not to talk about it and try to shy away from it. So, kind of expanding on that a little bit, like what's the best approach for a parent to address that conversation? You were saying you started talking to your daughter about it when she was 4 or 5, right? So how do we make parents more comfortable with having those conversations?
To make a point, I'm just going to see if I can buy fentanyl online while we're talking because it's that easy to do.
Yeah.
Fentanyl. Don't get me in trouble, Chief.
Please.
He's taking notes.
It's from an international company. Okay, so I found it in one Google search that I can buy some form of fentanyl online. So the issue is that with the advent of the internet, let's remember that we are not giving our children access to the internet. We are giving the internet access to our children. So if we don't talk about it, they can find it. And unfortunately, most of my teens that use either alcohol, cannabis, or nicotine have an adult targeting them on social media to deal to them. So yes, I'm 41 years old. This was not a problem when I was in elementary school. It is now something that our children face. And when I go to the schools, I apologize to those kids that they have a different, tougher world than I did.
Well, thank you both again for coming. This is clearly why we invited them. Thank you for all the work that you're doing for our community. And until next time.
You all.
Okay. All right. With that, we will get to our public appearance. Item number 13 on the agenda is to select strategies to use to reduce the city's $10 million structural annual budget deficit. And with that, I'll pass it to Hans for staff presentation.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Mayor and Council. This is a continuation of our study session that we had last week, Wednesday, when we introduced various deficit reduction strategies. As we pointed out, the city is facing a $10 million deficit, or has faced a $10 million deficit this fiscal year 25-26. We shared with you that we had the I apologize. Okay, good. Yeah. Thank you. So we shared with the council last time that we have a $10 million deficit, and that for this fiscal year, FY 25-26, we had some strategies in place that helped us balance the budget, but we cannot continue using those safety measures that we applied this year on ongoing basis. And going forward, we need some directions. Council during the budget process discussed a few of those measures that we have to launch sooner than later, and I speak specifically here about the tax measures that that council discussed in June, and also briefly last week, Wednesday, because there are certain processes and procedures we have to follow. So tonight, I hope that we get some direction and clarity about some of them. Measure PS is one of them that is on the forefront of my mind right now, to get directions on that. And we ask council to take a homework assignment with them, and all the different budget deficit reduction strategy we had put into an index card format, and we ask you to take them home, work with them, and please come back with reduction strategies that is at least $10 million for us to work with and find out more. We received also a good deal of public comments over the past couple of days, and I was looking at all of them, and I was pleasantly surprised how the community is understanding the challenge and is embracing this task ahead, and coming up also with various suggestions and statements about various items that we bring forward. So tonight it's a continuation to hear what the council wants staff to further explore. It's not really a big decision-making night where we all decide what we want to do, and that's it for today. It continues to be basically a starting point. But as we wrote in the agenda report, the runway for some of those measures, especially potentially tax measures, is rather short, and then we would really hear from you and also from the community what you think about some of those. So tonight we have a very, very condensed presentation. We're not going over all the index cards again, because we did this just a week ago, and they are also part of the agenda package. And but what we are doing is we are going into details with you, and I want to hear from the public as well about how we should progress. And I think we also have a very rudimentary vision about the next steps after tonight's session. And so with that, I give it back to our Assistant City Manager, Ned Rocha Nastathira, to continue with the briefing for tonight.
Great. Thank you very much, Hans. Good evening, Mayor and Council. We wanted to, as Hans mentioned, we will go through the strategies very briefly, just share one slide that lists all the reduction strategies. Then we will also provide some highlights on the questions, as well as some of the additional ideas that were provided by members of the public at our meeting last week on Wednesday, August 27th. What we'll then do is gather additional public comment tonight, so that you'll have an opportunity to hear from members of the public, perhaps adjust your yes, no, and maybe piles if you so wish. And then we'll take a Monterey 5, take a brief break, collect your cards, we'll tally them up, and then present the results to all of you. This will be an opportunity for us to gather the feedback and then go through each of the items. And we'll identify what are the yes strategies that we can move forward and at least start the process to begin implementation, which ones may need additional discussion through the maybe pile strategies, the no's, and then we'll talk about what's to come. So that's what we're planning to outline. As we look at the strategies, and just a brief recap, because we won't go through each of the cards, but the first set of green cards that directly impact our budget and is a direct strategy to reduce the $10 million structural deficit. The first one is to reappropriate NCIP funds to the general fund that has a $6 million, up to $6 million valuation. Use existing attrition for salary savings is card number 6. Creating the first responder fee program is card number 7. Pausing or eliminating programs is card number 8. Optimizing the Veterans Park Campground is card number 9. Changing government access providers is card number 10. Reducing property maintenance costs is card number 11. Discontinuing Mills Act approvals is card number 12. Increasing the sales tax by 0.375% is card number 13. Admissions tax is card number 14. Vacancy tax is card number 15. Parking tax is card number 16. Streaming tax is card number 17. Updating the real property transfer tax is card number 18. Partnerships and contracts for service is card number 19. Payments in lieu of taxes, also known as pilots, is card number 20. We now move on to the yellow cards, and these are strategies that indirectly address the $10 million deficit, but also have a benefit to the city financially. And that starts with card number 21. This is the Central Public Safety Building Bond Measure. Card number 22, renewing Measure P and S. Card number 23, selling underutilized city properties. Card number 24, renewing Measure G. Card number 25, updating stormwater fees. Card number 26, implementing the parking fee strategy. Card number 27, adjusting rent on the aquarium lease. Card 28, defunding non-priority NCIP projects. Card number 29, charter amendment for the visitor accommodation facilities, VAF. So those are the cards. Some of the public comments and suggestions from last week that aren't listed here as part of your card exercise. A member of the public suggested increasing transient occupancy tax, also known as hotel tax. That would generate $2.975 million per year based on each 1% increase. Another suggestion was to generate TOT revenue, hotel tax revenue, by allowing short-term rentals, also known as STRs. And that exact revenue would depend on the number and the locations of STRs. We reached out to our friends in the city of Pacific Grove, and their regulated STRs generate approximately $1.36 million annually, just as a frame of reference. There was one suggestion to focus on economic growth and strategies in the North Fremont Business Corridor. And we'd like to point out to council and remind council that we presented the draft economic development strategy in March and specifically address prioritizing economic growth in all of our business districts and corridors, including the North Fremont Business District. There was another suggestion to increase parking revenues in tourist-heavy areas while providing resident parking discounts. And this is part of Parking Strategies card number 26. Another suggestion was to prioritize the sale of city property to entities that would generate taxes. And this would be part of the sell underutilized property card number 23. And then last but not least, there was a public comment or suggestion on limiting retiree health benefits to the minimum required by law. And to remind council, the city of Monterey does not provide retiree health benefits to employees. There were a couple of questions that were outstanding from all of you as our council members. There was a question about what are the annual estimates on NCIP spending. And this chart shows you what the gap is between funding and then our ability to deliver projects. We talked a little bit last week about the challenge with hiring of engineers and being able to deliver projects given the sheer volume of projects that are needed to be completed. We can zoom in a little bit and see the fiscal years 2010 through 2015, the funding slightly exceeded expenditures. And then you can ignore fiscal year 2020, that was, and 2021, that was the COVID year. So that was a fluke where we had a drop in NCIP funding and revenues came in, and then we appropriated that. But you can see the last 5 years, we've had a significant gap, and the gap continues to grow between our ability to deliver projects and and the funding that we receive. So that's to answer one question from one of our council members. There were other questions. How would attrition work? What positions would not be filled? The short answer is that it depends. It depends on the position, depends on who would leave the organization based on attrition. We would then identify whether that's a position that could be filled in another way with existing staff, or is there another option for us to be able to deliver that service or modify that service delivery? There was another question about how much general fund revenues would come in from, or currently come in from, visitors compared to locals. And when you look at the direct revenue from non-residents, it's mainly TOT, as well as the majority of more than half of sales tax revenue. And when we account for both of those combined, it's about 35% of our general fund budget. As a reminder, that does not include the Neighborhood and Community Improvement Program, NCIP, which technically comes to the city and then is separated into two different funds. One is general fund, and then the 16% of TOT goes into the NCIP fund separately from general fund. So the 35% does not include the 16% of TOT. And then the other question was, is there a list of city properties that could be sold? And for purposes of this exercise, I want to let you know also the full list is being refined. But for this exercise, card number 11 and number 23, it includes estimates from Vasquez Adobe, includes Gordon House, Casanova Oak Knoll Park Center, Archer Center, Ketchum House, the Harbor Yard, and as well as the First French Consulate for purposes of the exercise. So those were the remaining questions from last week that we received from all of you. And for the remainder of the evening, as a reminder, we suggest to council to take public comment. Then we'll receive feedback. We'll receive the cards from all of you. After that, take a break and then identify what is in the yes, what's in the maybe, what's in the no pile. We're then also able to identify what are short-term, mid-term, and long-term strategies so that we can see where they all fall in and what's in the yes, what might be in the yes and maybe for more information for discussion. And it'll be an iterative process for us tonight.
Awesome. Thank you, Nat and Hans, for the presentation. If council is good with it, let's just go out to the public. Let's hear from them. We can do the card exercise and then we can get into some of the specifics around the policies from there.
About our questions though.
Well, when we come back after the card exercise. Does that work? Yeah. Okay. All right. So with that, we'll go ahead and open it up for public comment. So for folks on Zoom, you can use the raise hand function. In the meantime, we'll check in the chamber. Anybody in the chamber wish to speak on this item, I just ask that you stand up to the left of the podium. If you want to remain seated, just hold tight for a second. I'll ask for hands here once everybody gets situated. So you don't need to keep your hand up right now if you want to remain seated.
Almost got to have a card system we can hand out.
I know.
If we had cards we can hand out, then they could just sit down and we could sort of,
that'd be nice.
Have like a group of 5. You're next up. You're next up.
That might be too confusing though for right now.
Well, we could. We could
actually. Could we do that?
Yeah,
that might make it easier.
The first 6 stand up and everybody else sit down. How much time do you want to give there? 30 allocated. Probably 5 or 6. So let's see how many we have on line.
Because that had to have been incredibly. And it's not through CalPERS, either CalPERS or
At least.
Let me do the count first, and I'll ask the council.
How much look?
No, for sure.
Anybody?
Okay. So I count 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23. And then folks that are sitting still, 24, 25, 26, 27. I got 27 in the chamber. Somebody verify that for me.
I got 26, but we're pretty close.
Marco is the last one and sitting as Chris and the person next to Chris Nelson and it was Mark. Yes, Mark is the last one. Mark will be the last speaker.
Okay. There you go.
I got 26 after I did my recount. So are we remembering the folks that are sitting? Just want to make sure we got that. Okay. All right. So we'll go ahead and cut it off for folks in the chamber, and then we'll do a countdown for folks on Zoom to 5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
11.
We have 11 on Zoom, so that's 37. Council, how long do you think?
I'm okay with 2 minutes.
Like 2 minutes.
Yeah, I'm
2
okay
minutes
with
work?
2 minutes.
Okay, so we'll do 2 minutes per speaker. It seems like we have a consensus from the council. We ready to go?
Yeah.
Perfect. All right, we'll start in the chamber.
Good evening. I'm here to encourage you to dismiss the possibility of eliminating the Mills Act. The Mills Act helps protect Monterey's cultural heritage and contributes to tourism, neighborhood revitalization, and community pride. When properties are properly maintained and rehabilitated according to preservation standards, it maintains the city's character and rich history for future generations. These properties enhance the charm and historical integrity that attracts visitors, which are a major source of Monterey income, and home buyers who are willing to make a commitment to preserve the unique landmark communities of our beautiful city. Elimination of this worthwhile program would only result in a 0.2% change in the budget, petty cash. Why not instead focus on revenue sources such as renting the long empty and deteriorating OCO Theater property, the Portola Plaza property, Empty Wharf property, and the Fort Ord property? There are many ways to economize in a budget of $17.3 million without chancing the loss of our irreplaceable historic homes. Thank you.
Hi, I'm Tamara Chavez, and I'm a 30-year retired veteran. And I moved here about 10 years ago. There's a lot of reasons I moved here, and the community was a big one. I like my community. I know my neighbors. I'm in Kona. So when I heard about the community park on the chopping block, potentially, resource center for kids, a meeting place for the community, what is the value of our community versus other things in the community and the city? Monterey is less than 9 square miles with 28,000 population. I find it difficult to believe that with our strong history, we cannot come up with reasonable solutions that places more value on one thing than the other. I did notice that we have a decreasing population of 1.15 annually over the last 5 years. Secondly, the impact of the fairgrounds parking on all communities. A revenue source could potentially be using parking revenue, building a parking structure. I know that's money out, but it's also money in long term. Also decreases the impact on our communities, all surrounding our neighborhood. So I guess really that's all I have to say, and I want to thank you for giving us the time to speak.
Thank you.
Mayor Williamson, council members, my name is Kevin Caldy, and I am a Monterey resident. My comments tonight pretty much fall in line with people who've already spoken this evening. As you weigh difficult budget decisions, I ask you to pause and recognize that many of the proposed deficit reduction strategies disproportionately affect parks and recreation. At least 4, maybe 5 strategies are directly tied to parks and recreation services, including Veterans Park Campground, pausing youth and senior programs, reappropriating NCIP funds, and even closing community buildings. These reductions would shrink capacity at precisely the time when residents are asking for more opportunities to reconnect after the pandemic. As a father who has utilized parks and recreation facilities and programs for my children, and as someone who used parks and recreation programs in my youth, parks and recreation is not an extra. It is essential to communities. Families depend on safe spaces, seniors rely on social programs, and our youth needs positive outlets and programs. We are fortunate to have parks within walking distance of nearly every home, but facilities that were utilized or that were utilized and overdue for repair before COVID are still waiting, and now they're on the chopping block. Families want to participate in programs, but often the offerings and communication don't align with the demand. That is not a reason to cut. It's a reason to reevaluate and improve. Thank you.
Need to see the whole thing.
Yeah, it's
Okay, the top part's more important than the bottom. Okay, I don't know if you can see that or not, but I'm a realtor. My name is Jeannie Ferrara. I work for Coldwell Banker. The median price of a single family home in Monterey County is $1 million. Property taxes are 1.1% of the purchase price. So on an average median home of 1 million, that's $11,000 in property taxes. MPUSD gets 61% of those property taxes. That's $6,710. Add measure I of 110 million, measure P of 213 million, add measure A of 340 million, and that adds an annual $1,016. So MPUSD annual income from property taxes on one single family residential home is $7,726. Most homeowners don't have children attending K through 12 grades, but we have to pay it anyway. People retire here. This doesn't include the 2024 Prop 2 statewide $8.5 billion. The city of Monterey gets 6% of property taxes annually, $660. What is wrong with this picture? Can't you guys get some of that money? Okay, so please do not cut NCIP funds. This past year, we used them for fuel reduction and undergrounding. As a realtor, I've been a realtor for 20 years. We already have 1.1% county transfer tax. There is no city transfer tax. So I don't know where you're getting the 0.275 figure. Please don't increase sale tax, and a 5% increase on the admission tax of the aquarium. I don't think it will hurt them at all. I think that's all I have to say. Thank you for listening.
Thank you.
Council, Mr. Mayor, quickly, Mike Brassfield again, Kona. We ask that we get support particularly from Mr. Garcia to keep the Kona Center. The last 5.5 years, the city has disenfranchised our center. We've only had to use it. I got to use it a couple of times, but now we have a lady that wants to come in and rent it to do a business there, and you guys want to pull it. We ask that you reconsider that. That has been a center created by the sweat of the neighbors for our center and for our support for CERT. To do away with it is going to really hurt us bad. I understand that budget time is a difficult prospect for all of us. Trying to figure out what we can do and what we can't do and save enough money to run is a business. And I don't believe this is going to be a 1 year, $10 million. You also have a lot of principal costs for facilities. You got an impossible situation that's tough. I understand that. But we ask Mr. Garcia to lead the fight to keep our center. We are hurting already because we haven't had it. We used to give away food in barbecues and other events. That was us. That was Kona. That wasn't the city of Monterey. It was the help of Mr. Smith. But we can't do that anymore. And now you're taking away the option. It was also used for a lot of events that even people of this council used in the past. So we ask for that support. And I know it's just one item, but that's what we ask for as the lowest economic portion of we don't see a median cost of $1 million for our homes. Thank you.
Hi. First of all, I want to thank all of you. It's not easy to be on a board. I've been on a few of them. You got to do a lot of listening and a lot of studying, and you've got to have a lot of patience, and you want to make the best decisions. So I thank each and every one of you for doing this difficult work. I have lived in the Casanova Oak Knoll neighborhood for 24 years. I raised 2 children there. And I had the fortunate profession of working for MPUSD and teaching for 35 years on this peninsula. I have gone over all those strategies to reduce the $10 million deficit. I looked at the green and the yellow index cards, the yes, like, and maybes. And I am also speaking out about number 23, our community center. The city requested that, requested that community center 40 years ago. And it was to bring our community together. Since COVID, it has been closed. It was a preschool. It was an after-school program. It was a meeting place. It had barbecues. It had fields. It had picnics. It is the place of our community emergency response team. And I and many of us are trying to get things going again in our neighborhood, and this is part of it. And I just beg you to be helpful to us about that. So many people are lonely, and we need to connect to people. Laguna Grande, Villa Del Monte, the neighborhoods around us, they don't have a community center. We're the community center there. So let's please support us in building community again where we are. And there are a lot of students. There are 9,000 students in MPUSD, and we can help them there. And I hope, Gino, you are listening. Thank you.
Stay off your phone. Listen to the people.
Good evening, Cheslanovska, also
I'm sorry, real quick.
Okay,
If we just reset. So I've just asked for folks not to shout out during public comment. So let's just be respectful for the folks that are coming up and speaking at the mic. Just want to make sure that everything is fair. Because if we allow one person to do it, then anybody else can do it. So I just want to make sure that we're staying consistent. So we'll go ahead and go back to our public speaker.
Great. Chelsea Lanovska, resident of the Casanova Oak Knoll Neighborhood Association. First of all, thank you to the staff for putting together the presentation. It was very thorough with all the cards. There's a lot of good options here that I think for pros that the council consider. On one of the major cons, you've heard it a couple times, and I'll just reiterate it here. Card number 23, selling underutilized property. The underutilized property term that already is coined there is kind of an interesting one in itself. One of the locations noted, not even our own park center in Casanova Oak Knoll, is the Archer Center, right? Which we know First Night Monterey operates out of. And we also know that that is a program that the city council is considering not supporting funding for future years. I think that would be a disservice to all of Monterey. So besides our park center in Casanova Oak Knoll, which yes, it has been quote underutilized in recent years, but that does not necessarily say what the future for that center could be. You also have a place that is being used and then supports the entire community at a lively event that we get people coming in, not just residents that have cohesiveness, but also outsiders that come to our first night event. Earlier today, I thought it was actually really interesting because we had a presentation on Narcan, right? And how one of the things our youth need is safe spaces and things to do after school. Our park centers that exist can become that. We know that there's a dearth in our community of those spaces because we had a presentation from our Parks Commission about opening a potential Montecito Park Center. Great idea, but we have a park center currently. I understand it's smaller. I understand parking a restriction. But if we have an opportunity where entities like Boys and Girls Club are willing to put in resources for a new property and space, is there an opportunity similarly for some of these other properties? Are there more creative ways where we're not just getting a short influx of cash by selling the property, but by entering public-private partnerships, leasing, these spaces under terms allocated and put forth by the city so that we can utilize them to their best hopeful future while also still getting a long-term influx of cash? I think there's more creative options here than just selling things and saying they're underutilized, they're blighted, let them go. Thank you.
Good evening.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor, council members, city staff, Kevin Ellis. Here speaking on behalf of the Monterey County Hospitality Association, but I also run the Hyatt Regency Monterey. And I want to just speak to the transient occupancy tax increase and any proposed increase with that tax. And I know this group is well aware of the revenue it generates for the city and some of the benefits that it does bring. It would be difficult for me to speak today on behalf of my ability to gauge any business impact on raising that transient occupancy tax when it comes to our leisure guests. I can tell you with my vantage when it comes to group business, specifically in the first and fourth quarters, that is a real disadvantage for us as a destination. And the importance of that group business coming in, filling facilities like the conference center, the hotels downtown, the hotels of Monterey, and the benefits that it brings to us year round, not just necessarily in the summer months. So again, I hope that'll be considered when we're making these decisions. I know it's an impossible position that seemingly we're in, but we're based on the crowd today, obviously a lot of community support in finding the right answer, but I share that as a precautionary tale as somebody who sees firsthand some of the challenges we have as a destination as far as attracting group business to this market in January, February, March, November, and onwards. So thank you very much for your time.
Good evening, Mayor and City Council members. My name is John Turner. I'm General Manager of the Intercontinental on Cannery Row, but I also chair the Conference Center Advisory Board and the Tourism Improvement District Advisory Board as well. And I'm going to echo some of what Kevin already said. It's counterintuitive, but raising the TOT is actually going to backfire. And in particular, the properties that are really going to be impacted and will be at the biggest competitive disadvantage are the two properties that are adjacent to the conference center, because they are already paying a higher percentage because the CCFD, which I can get into more details if people would like. But I also worry that it's going to make our new conference center or our newly renovated conference center, it's going to put us at a very significant competitive disadvantage. And that's assuming there's no inventory coming, no new hotel inventory coming into the market. Well, there's going to be well over 1,000 new room nights that are going to be, 1,000 new rooms, excuse me, that are going to be coming in very soon in the next couple of years. And if we don't play our cards right, you're going to hear the sucking sound of revenue and tax go to other destinations. And that will not enable us to be competitive in the future. So thank you for considering that. Thank you.
Mr. Mayor, council members, thank you for having the public forum like this. I'm Ron Beck.
We'll let Mike right real close to you.
My name's Ron Beck. I'm a local resident. I've worked for the last 6, 7, 8 years with First Night Monterey. I'm here saying that's one event that shouldn't be cut. The expenditure on that is, well, in the realm of city stuff, fairly minor. But I would think that the revenue that it brings in from hotels, restaurants, just people coming in and just having a good time. First time I attended a first night was in Boston, and it was kind of amazing. Everybody's out in the street, they're having a good time, there's stuff going on. And when I first got involved here in Monterey, this is a great thing. The streets are packed with people. I haven't seen there be any problems. It's getting people out of their houses. It's bringing people in, because I've spoken to people from the Bay Area. So they're coming in, they spend the night, they have, their food. Same thing in the morning, get some breakfast and head back out. It's just culturally, it's a good thing. I don't know how to put it. It's just bringing people together. I think that's what Monterey's about. Thank you.
Good evening, Mayor Williamson, City Council people. I have some comments to make about the list of 24 items. Some of them are impersonal and don't directly affect people in the council chambers, people who are employees of the city, people who volunteer in civic volunteer positions. Of the impersonal ones, the sales tax, admission tax, and vacancy tax total $10 million. Yay. Of the personal impact ones, I'm going out on a limb and say this is a real public relations disaster. The NCIP, the Neighborhood Improvement Program, is the lifeblood of Monterey. This is the eyes and ears on every neighborhood. They know everything that's going on and everything that could be done. And I think most of them are here tonight. Why would you choose them to be impacted? The Mills Act, this is a contract that people who have agreed to uphold the historicity of the city have signed up for, and to rescind it at this point is, well, changing the rules in the middle of the game. But the other one that really bothers me on a personal level is the personnel attrition, the reduced budget position. It's difficult to hire people in Monterey. This is not a city that is full of 30 to 50-year-olds who are earning a living. This is a city where most of the people, half of the people are either retired or they're transient. They're here for 3 years and then they move out. So getting good employees to come here and stay, it's difficult. So right away, this impacts the staff and the people who work here. These three personal items, I think, are a public relations disaster. Thank you.
Good evening, Mayor Williamson and City Council members. Thank you all so much for your leadership and this opportunity to speak to you today. My name is Paulette Lynch, and I'm here today as the founder and first executive director of First Night Monterey. And I'm so grateful to some of the previous speakers who addressed that as well. So today I ask you to approve their current request to help cover some of the production costs this year. In 1983, I came to Monterey from Boston, where First Night was founded and still flourishes today. Over the years, I was more and more enthralled by their triple impact. People of all ages excited to participate, and many of you have seen that in action. Communities connecting who may not have any other frame of reference together, connecting with greater appreciation for each other as they move through the whole celebration. And everyone starting their next year with great joy and even greater hope. By 1992, I became obsessed with bringing that magic to Monterey, a city with just the right elements for success. The rich cultural heritage, a compact footprint, the array of talented artists, they're all here. And they're still here today and still doing great things for our communities all over the Central Coast. When my husband, Ken Peterson, and I began to establish First Night here, we realized we had everything that we needed here to make it a great success. The talent, the ideas, the expertise, determination, all here. Great venues, beautifully placed around the central city core, and generous donors. But most critical of all, we had the full support of the city of Monterey right from the start. We wouldn't have started at all if we couldn't. So as a Monterey resident and taxpaying homeowner, I just ask you and urge you to approve First Night Monterey's current budget request this year. Thank you.
Mayor, council members, I'm Ken Peterson. As Paulette mentioned, I'm one of the co-founders of First Night, started in our back bedroom in the Aguajito Oaks neighborhood. I want to ask you, as you're looking at all the choices in front of you, to prioritize things that connect us as a community, bring us closer together at a time. And there's so many forces in society, from an online culture to the political environment, that are pulling us apart. First Night has been one of the events that has reinforced the identity of Monterey as the place people come together and celebrate and deepen their connections with one another. It makes us not just a place to live, but a community. And city support has been essential to this success, so that this small nonprofit organization, volunteer run for the most part, has been able to deliver transformative experiences for 3 decades that have changed people's lives. I can't tell you how many people over the years have told me that the reason they stayed in Monterey or came to Monterey was to celebrate First Night, a family celebration not centering alcohol. It's alcohol free. You heard about the problems with substance abuse earlier. They come back year after year because of that good feeling. Your predecessors on the council reflected on how Monterey has always been the place people come together for major events. And I know I've seen many of you there over the years. You've helped First Night with that steadfast support, the allocation of $35,000 per year that's in the pause category amounts to 35/100% of the overall city budget and 1/3% of the deficit you're trying to close. Maintaining the support for First Night will have an outsized impact on the organization, on its ability to deliver an experience. And I encourage you to continue to support things that build us up as a community, not isolate us. Thank you.
Williamson council members and city staff. My name is Dan O'Brien, and my wife, Ann McDowell, and I have volunteered for over 20 years for First Night. And the impact of this event in our community is so special. It's so personal. Watching people from all generations, from different age groups, ethnic persuasions, to come together is really magnificent. It really defines who we are. The many venues that offer music, dance, hands-on experiences for the attendees, it gives them abundance of choices that which enrich their experience. The city funding for First Night Monterey is an important and vital component of its annual budget. Events like this take funding from many sources. The city's support is critical. The event was started here in Monterey 33 years ago. I have about 30 of the buttons on. And needed more contribution from the city, as already is described. I implore you to keep this tradition. It really defines who we are. It highlights how good we are. Thank you.
The real question is, which one is your favorite?
No comment.
He loves all his children.
Good evening. Good evening, Mayor, City Council members, City Manager, Assistant City Manager, and staff. My name's Ellen Martin, and I'm the Executive Director of First Night Monterey for almost 20 years. I can't believe it. Every year I say never again, and then the celebration starts, the joy, the happiness, the families are together. I'm a big concert event festival person, and I have never experienced in my lifetime what I experienced at First Night with families together, happy, joyful. And, you know, every year that when we start selling the buttons, it's out of the country that usually has been waiting to buy those buttons. But I want to begin by recognizing that it's very serious, your $10 million deficit that you're facing, and that these are challenging times. What?
Yo, 1 minute.
Okay.
1 minute.
It started. Anyway, I'm here to urge you not to pause and not to stop funding First Night. You know, when you fund us, others fund us. Others donate to us. And I just wonder what would happen if they don't see the confidence of the city funding us. And, you know, the city support isn't a one-way street. First Night pays the city for the conference center, the police, the public works, traffic management, so that $35,000, it's comes back in 15, 20, 25,000. And First Night has a great media campaign. We promote Monterey to the fullest all over. And we see people coming from the Bay Area. You know, we pay our artists. We contribute to the cultural economy. We celebrate our diversity. We showcase our cultural practices. And we thank you for your past support.
That's it.
Happy New Year.
Sorry about that. Thank you.
Hello, Mayor and council members. I'm Bob Bluth. I'm a Monterey resident. And I'd like you to really, when you're racking and stacking, think about what we need to put on the ballot initiatives. I mean, that's coming up really quick. And so Measure S, Measure B, decide sales tax or increasing or starting a new occupancy tax, or increasing the tax for property transfers. These are things that we need to think about how we're going to sell to the voters and put a cohesive plan together to make progress on those ideas first. Because if we don't, we're not going to be able to act on them in time to help solve some of the budget issues. On the Mills Act, I think that's an issue to look at. There's been a number of comments made on it, and trying to think of something I can add is only that there's about 63 homes, but think of all the effort that went into those Mills Act and H2 status projects for those homes. I mean, you've got you have HPC meeting, you have you have a planning commission meeting, city council meeting. It's like 180 meetings of people's time to put into coming up with why we wanted to go ahead and put that process ahead. And I'm sure that the city had a great idea going back 25 years to make that process something that was going to be important for the city. So I think that deserves some historical perspective on why it's an important part of why Monterey is Monterey and how it's a historic city and deserves the recognition that we can give any part of the properties to have tourists look at them and participate in our city. Thank you.
Good evening, Council. I'm here tonight to talk about something, look at the problem, the financial problems here from a slightly different point of view, and that is looking at the overall health of the city by using an index that's called social capital. I met a guy up at Veterans Park who studied this from Denmark, and obviously the Scandinavian countries rate very high. And basically, social capital is rated by how well people in a neighborhood, in a town, city, or state, or even in a country, how well they collaborate, how well they respect and trust each other, and how well they get people involved towards the well-being of the social well-being of the whole community. And I think that's something that we should really, when making these decisions, we really need to look at, is how well our community as a whole works together. And that's where I think things like First Night, but also NCIP really comes in. This is where I think a lot of people are involved. It's these people that if you cancel programs like we did during COVID, all these people start not trusting anymore, start not believing. If you cancel existing projects without really discussing it with people, it's breaking down the social capital. And this is an index we should really keep our eye on and make sure our decisions raise the social capital, get us involved, get us working together, rather than, as was pointed out, tearing us apart. So please think about those involvements as you're making your financial decisions, raising the number social capital. And there's a lot of research you can do online on looking at that index. Thank you very much.
Hi, I'm Nancy Soule. And I echo what Hans just said about the social capital. It's an interesting concept, but I see it so much how important Monterey is, our cultural heritage, our historic heritage. It's what draws people here. We came from the Bay Area. Gary and I worked in mortgages in the Bay Area for 35 years. And every weekend, everybody's comparing notes. What are we doing? We're all going to the Monterey Peninsula. What are we going to do? And it's our cultural traditions. It's our historical part. It's these, we always have who are we going to accept for our people to come to First Night or all these other things. But I also want to speak to the Mills Act. We are in the historic district. We in Old Town actually put together an Old Town historic walking tour. It's online. It connects to the path of history, the city's historic path. And we often get people, because each Mills Act home has a plaque which gives in a few words
the importance of the people who lived there or the architecture to the cultural context of our city. But they look at that, and I often will come out and say, oh, are you aware that we also have this online? And you can get a lot more information about these interesting people. See pictures of who lived here, see what they did, see how important they were. And it's these kinds of things that bring people back to Monterey instead of going traditionally to Carmel for the weekend. We want them to stay here. And we have seen people take it's an actual loop, connects to the loop of the cities. It's important to keep the Mills Act and to keep people to have the means. It's a much more expensive rehabilitation process to take a house and make it Mills Act, but it's important to the city. It's important to the community. Thank you. Hello, Mayor, City Council, staff. My name is Monica Lal. I'm speaking on behalf of the Monterey Peninsula Chamber of Commerce. I also am a resident and homeowner in the city of Monterey and a lifelong resident here. Thank you for the difficult work of looking at the fiscal future for Monterey in a long-term, serious way. You're exploring difficult options and presenting different ideas. It's hard to look at things that have been untouchable, but it's the responsible thing, in our opinion, even though it's challenging, and we respect that you're hearing voices in opposition and for. We have looked at number 29. That's a new option to look at the charter, to possibly look at economic development. As much as we want to have and maintain the culture of the city, there are areas of opportunity. And we appreciate exploring these because we need economic development and economic vibrancy. We would like to see, our vision is of young families here, jobs, support for our public schools. Having grown up here, it was a full economy. Things leave, but if we don't create opportunities with the plan, it will become a retirement community, and that is not our vision. So thank you for your time.
Nat. Oh, she's, yeah.
Hi, my name is Tuppence Cabot. I live in the Kona area. The Kona area is handling a lot of problems lately. We are going to be facing motorcycle races at the fairgrounds in a couple of weeks, and that is setting us back. To then take away our center also is to double attack us. There has to be another answer. I understand your budget. I understand your problems, and I haven't given as much thought as I should, and we all should. But taking away the community center, we'll never get another one. And one of the joys of living in Monterey is the NICP, which does wonderful work around the city and has accomplished things that others would not have done. That's important. That's important to all of us. To go to a center, I came from, I hate to say this in public, Fresno. So before that, I lived in Montecito. I grew up in Montecito, so little detour there. But this place has, other people have all spoken more than I could about the joys of being in Monterey. And one of the things is the ambience and the feeling that you come here and you're part of something. That's important. You take away our community center, we'll never get another one. But after you take ours, what do? Take one every couple of years? That can't be the answer. The answer has to lie somewhere else. I'm curious about the MIIS property. I don't know if they rent it, if the city owns it, or who owns it. But I think that could be an interesting project right there, because I read on my iPad that they're leaving. So that property is going to be available. Again, I don't know the background of the property and who owns it. That's about all I have to say. It's a joy to live here in Monterey, and I appreciate all of you. I appreciate everyone.
Thank you.
So thank you very much for this opportunity, Mike.
Thank you.
Jean, Gino, Tyler, Kim, Ed, thank you so much for paying attention and listening to all these public comments. It's a busy night. And you can hear me okay, right? Okay. Well, a lot of the debt reduction strategies have been proposed. I'm glad we're still in the deciding phase rather than the final decisions. The city has a spending problem, and I don't believe selling any city properties are a long-term solution. I am all for supporting nonprofit organizations, but when you are this much over budget, we have to think about if we can afford all of the city's charitable efforts. Your citizens should come first. I learned that the Archer Center, it's a community center, it's been closed for 20 years. Why isn't that on the list for being sold? I understand that we get $1 a year for first night storage. Nothing against first night. I love first night. But that is underutilized completely, and we're not getting any money for that. I understand that we're not getting property taxes for the aquarium, for a lot of nonprofit organizations, Montage and stuff. Why can't we get some taxes from them? If you were to poll the neighbors in the Casanova Oaknell neighborhood, which Gino's a member of that, 95% of those people would say, please don't sell our community center. It's very important that we keep it. It's the only center that's on the North Fremont side of the city. I know that by taking some NCIP funds, they want to open another center, but let's keep ours open instead. One Monterey neighborhood has 3 centers. We need this on the other side of North Fremont. Excuse me, I'm a nervous speaker, so I start to get a rattly voice. We've had barbecues, movie nights, preschool, after school programs. The rec department even had a meeting trying to find out what we could do to have more activities. It was a great meeting, and they only came up with senior bingo that nobody came to. We can do better than that. So thank you very much.
Is this thing gonna reach me? Mayor, council, staff, thank you. My name is Chris Summers. I'm the managing director of the Monterey Plaza Hotel. I've been here 6 years now, and it's gone by pretty quickly. When I did arrive, Monterey County itself was a destination that was around 75%. We're really pushing hard today to get back to 65%. As Kevin mentioned earlier today, I would really like to speak out and ask you not to consider raising any TOT. It creates more competition for us in our own community. We have competition opening in Pacific Grove. We have competition opening in Seaside. We have competition, in Sand City. There's a property slated for Marina. This is real competition. We don't need to create it within. That 10% we're going to go after. We're going to continue to battle, as you all know, on the councils that you sit on. We battle for that with group business. We could do that together collaboratively with C Monterey. We can do that to make that, fill that gap. And if we fill that gap, that's where we're going to be able to produce more revenue for the city. And it's not going to come through increasing the TOT, which will only create more of a deficit for us. Thank you. Chris.
Back down again.
Tall, short, tall, short. Good evening. My name is Carol Travagin. I am a Monterey resident and business owner. I'd like to address 2 things. Number 1, Measure S, I strongly support. I think you know that. The renewal of Measure S. It will not only reduce, but basically eliminate the need for work on streets, storm drains, and sidewalks. And I reiterate what I said, I think in March, is I invite you, I would be happy to sponsor a tour, Brown Act acceptable, that of the city, for you to see the city segments that still need a lot of work and that we don't want to have to be responsible for. I mean, again, lately, Aguajito Road, oh my God. I mean, I'm surprised we haven't had people with flat tires. It's so bad. Second is the TOT. I heard from the study session that someone had said, well, they got $1,000. They heard that they got $1,000 a night for the
Motel 6 on North Fremont. So we should put the TOT up. That was for what, 2 nights or 3 nights? After that, it goes back to the $99 room that it was. And what good is that going to do us? We won't get any more money, 363 days a year. B, we will make ourselves so uncompetitive in the group market. Again, if you look at the numbers you see on your sales tax quarterly, there is hotel and restaurant is a big segment of that, the majority of it. That's coming, again, the majority of it is from groups because it's for rentals, AV, it's for food and beverage, it's for people buying out wonderful pistachios, bought out the sardine factory. Do you know how much sales tax? I'm sure the city derived a lot of sales tax from that. That is something we will absolutely in our comp set make ourselves totally uncompetitive. And we'll actually, as I said, that great Chinese expression, you pick up a rock to throw at somebody only to drop it on your own foot, and we will crush ourselves. Thank you so much.
Hello, I'm Geraldine Crivello. I've been a homeowner and enjoyed living in Monterey for the last 19 and a half years. And I'm happy to see so many people out for all of these important issues. I see also a lot of volunteers and potential volunteers in Monterey that might be able to help us with some of the shortfalls in ways that we can as volunteers. So consider asking the community to step up a little bit. I think we might be able to help save some programs with our own time. I'm hoping that we don't cut programs that make Monterey beautiful and well-known and draw tourists. I am, of course, in support of the Mills Act. And I also think if we have to cut programs like that, let's not cut them. Let's just suspend them for a short time, hoping that we can bring them back. I think cutting sounds pretty hard. Is that the sound?
You have 1 more minute.
I have 1 more minute. Okay, thank you. And so I also think we shouldn't punish successful business owners on the wharf. Those people bring in a lot of tourism. They've worked hard to learn how to be successful. And we've had a property vacant for 5-6 years now. And why? I think mistakes have been made in the past in terms of raising costs for people who are successful just because maybe they look like they're doing a good job, and don't we want them to do a good job? I think they are successful, and I want to encourage that. So think about maybe encouraging some of us to help, and think about suspending rather than cutting. And hopefully don't start any new programs. I know you want to do something to help people that maybe have shared their personal concerns with you, perhaps in terms of rent, less control. And I guess that means I'm all. Thank you.
Mayor, Council, I'd like to go back in history because you have to go back to see where you started. Because this was a very prosperous city when Coach Albert, I call him Coach Albert, Mayor Albert was here. Very prosperous city. And we have been steadily going on a decline with higher and higher and higher taxes, TOT, whatever it may be. So let me give you some insight. The first thing, in my opinion, that the city council should do is go back with your city manager and pull 50% of that through the attrition and the employees first. The pension funds haven't even been fixed yet. And you're asking these small businesses, these small little guys to come up and cut them out? They're the heart of this, they're the heart of this community. Leave these people alone. Leave First Night alone. Leave all these other people alone. Leave the TOT tax alone, because that 16% was a promise that was made to the people for all the inconveniences that we have, that money should go back to those districts. You should not touch that money. Okay? The properties that you guys have that are sitting vacant should be rented. The wharf is a disgrace. When you compare what commercial guys are getting on properties on the coast and what you're getting, you guys should be fired as managers of the wharf. Hire competent people that can get things done so that you're having properties producing income. North Fremont, take that fence that you've gotten in between that has just created a distraction for anybody creating a business up there. I've seen 1, 2, 3 bikes maybe in a month using that path. That was a total waste of money, and it distracted from people from going across the street, etc. That's what is causing the vacancy up there, and you're going to have that until you fix that problem. Give the people in this area a better. I'll come back again. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Vegas. I think Mark might be the last one. Mark. Was there anybody else that was sitting that had their hand raised? Yeah, I think that's it.
Mark.
So Mark, you're it, and then we'll go to our callers on Zoom.
Good evening. When your name is spelled Mark Kelly with a C and 2 E's, you're always misspelled and many times last. I appreciate being here this evening. The first thing I want to do is talk about the presentation on this. A buddy of mine just recently lost a 13-year-old grandson to fentanyl. It's really devastating. And Chief, while I forgot my challenge coin tonight, and I'm sorry, I'll put a small seal on this and it's going to go in my pocket. And I'll probably carry obviously one in my car, but it's really amazing what this could potentially do if you're in the right spot at the right second, at the right time. So to all of you, Mr. Mayor, you're the leader. So we'll start with you and the council. Thank you for doing this tonight. If it might say one life, that's a whole lot of lives as far as I'm concerned. Second reason I'm here very quickly is as a citizen on behalf of the TOT. It's no secret I served for 4 years on the hospitality board, but I don't anymore. You know, I go out to Bayonet and Black Horse because I love golf. And the footprint of the Grand Hyatt out there is frightening. If you think about it in terms of our community, it's not only going to have a massive number of rooms, it has a huge conference center all on its own, adjacent to 2 world-class golf courses. And I think our responsibility is to be a great partner with our hospitality association in making sure they sustain themselves as a leader. And there is also 3 significant hotels going in Salinas, which we think is over in the lettuce world. It's only 18 miles away. It's very easy to transport people over to Monterey. So I want us to be very careful in thinking about the world that's caving in on us, not Nampa, not San Luis Obispo, not San Francisco, but Seaside, Sand City, Marina, and Salinas. I mean, there's competition coming. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, and with that, we'll go to our callers on Zoom.
All right, first we'll hear from Adam.
Good evening, Mayor, council members, staff, and members of the public. Adam Pinteritz on behalf of the Monterey County Association of Realtors. And I really don't envy the council members because you've got a really difficult task ahead of you. You've got to sort out this budget issue. And, you know, no matter what you do, and people have demonstrated this already, no matter which direction you go, people are not going to be happy with it. So, you know, my sympathies with you on that. I would also urge you to just recognize that many of these strategies on these cards involve attacks, right? It ultimately isn't even up to you. And ultimately, many of these approaches are up to the voters, as it should be, right? So the voters are going to get to weigh in. And to that end, and to make this, you know, as harmonious and neighborly a process as possible, I would really urge the city to do a lot more work on like town halls and outreach and public meetings so that more people can be heard on this. You know, the turnout tonight clearly demonstrates the interest, and as is seen in the staff presentation, you have until March before you would even need to put anything on the ballot. So I think you have ample time and opportunity to let the public be heard, and that way it can be a decision that they're all bought in on. The last thing I'll add, and I ultimately want to see the staff grow, especially in the community service and planning departments, right? I ultimately want our rental assistance program to grow and thrive. But much like the county of Monterey, it's pretty clear that some kind of selective hiring freeze is going to be a necessary component of getting to a balanced budget. So thank you all for this, what I think is the beginning of this conversation. Have a great night.
Next speaker is Kurt.
Good evening, Mayor and council members. Kurt Tipton. I just want to reiterate what I said last week, that in my neighborhood, there is support, extreme support for the sales tax measure, but there is high opposition to any bond issue. I also want to say, if the council decides to put the sales tax issue on the ballot, but I personally will help try to get that passed, because I think that's the easiest and the one thing that has the least impact to the citizens of Monterey. I also mentioned about the NCIP, and I hope all of you looked at the projects that the NCIP committee has this year. And of those, the safety and some of the park and rec and libraries funding that they need, I hope you do not defund the NCIP. And then the other issue, as far as the reduction of city staff, or not reduction, but the attrition of city staff, there was in my neighborhood opposition to that, that if it is done, that it is done just as a temporary measure for a year or less until the city gets back on its feet. So again, thank you, and I appreciate everything that you do.
Our next speaker is Esther.
Good evening, everybody. I just wanted to point out that, just for perspective, this is not just a problem Monterey has. Almost every jurisdiction has it. But a reminder is that our surrounding cities got a lot of money during COVID, and we got 6 million when Salinas, Seaside, and others got 50 million. So this is, a problem that we have, because partially because we didn't have access to the kind of money that they did, and yet these other jurisdictions also have budget problems. So it's not just us. And it wouldn't matter if Coach Dan was still up there or anybody else, because in this century, everything has changed and everything is more expensive. So this city council is challenged just like anybody sitting up there would be. I will say, I didn't know that there's somebody interested in renting out Kona's rec center. If there is, I think that's an option to definitely look into, because it wouldn't require any city staffing. We're talking about not being able to hire staffing. We have had trouble staffing the Kona Center the few times that it has been open the last couple of years, when just for special events. I'll echo what Kurt just said about sales tax. Many of you know that I did highly supported the increase on the sales tax, because 60% of that is paid by people that do not live in Monterey. And the other thing I want to bring up is, we just got over Car Week. We don't get enough out of Car Week as a city. The hospitality industry gets some, the nonprofits get some. We've got to get more creative, because when every one of those vehicles are sold in our city, after we put up with all of that, our city itself doesn't get a penny of sales tax. We don't get anything else other than these side gigs from it. We've got to get more creative, because if we do, Car Week isn't going anywhere, and we need more money from all of those rich people.
Our next speaker is Richard.
Good evening. Richard Rossello, president of the Casanova Oakville Neighborhood Association. What I'd like to do is focus on the word underutilized. The Park Center was closed with COVID. So for 5.5 years, we have not been offered regular programming. Before COVID, we had successful programming. But how do you call it underutilized when we have no control of opening the center? I want to talk about the event that I'm most proud of. Doing Movie in the Park, I talked to Councilman Smith. He got the Canary Rotary to voluntarily pay for hot dogs for the entire Movie in the Park. Kona supplied 8 gallons of lemonade. We had 12 volunteers that fixed all that food professionally, expertly, and we gave it away free. 900 people were on our little park lawn. That is building community. We also partner with the Fire Association and do a toy drive the last 30 years. I don't know any other neighborhood that does what we do and pay for ourselves. Please don't call it underutilized if you won't let us in. And that's the problem. There are many other creative ways to make up this deficit. I urge you to follow what your citizens are telling you. We are the most impacted neighborhood in the city of Monterey. I don't have time to list it. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Shelley.
Hi, council members and Mayor Williamson. My name is Shelley Schmidt. I am the NCIP representative for Casanova Oak Knolls. I wanted to address just two things briefly. Most of what I wanted to say has already been said, but NCIP has historically contributed funds to help with city maintenance and upkeep. I don't see that this will end anytime soon. So NCIP is already contributing funds towards what would have come out of the general fund. And that brings me into my second topic, which is the Park Center at Casanova Oak Knolls Park. NCIP actually helped fund the building of the Park Center, and the city operates and maintains it. I am curious to know what those costs particularly are. As Richard said, the term underutilized is it's accurate, but it's also misleading. It's underutilized because there are no programs offered there that our neighbors want to participate in. The recent Family Fun that ran for about a month program, the adult program was, as someone stated, adult bingo. And the second program for the kids, the feedback I received from our neighbors was that it was challenging due to the time and hours that it was being held on the weekdays in the late afternoon, early evening. I have a lot of questions too regarding a potential sale or lease. It's zoned O, which is open space. Would residents maintain access to the park? It's only a park on this side of North Fremont, and it's the only park center on this side of town. So a potential lease to a organization that would still allow us to use the park and possibly the park center would be a great possibility.
Our next speaker is Lori.
Good evening, Mayor, council members, staff, and public that are speaking tonight. Thanks to all my constituents for speaking. I've enjoyed listening to everybody. Last week was about learning the options, and tonight's about starting to decide them. The choices you make will determine whether Monterey addresses this deficit in ways that are fair, sustainable, and supported by the community. So I urge you to keep the three basic principles in mind: public trust, fairness, and sustainability. First, public trust. Rating or defunding NCIP, the funds voters specifically dedicated to neighborhoods, would break faith with the community, as you've heard tonight and last week. And one-time gimmicks like selling city property or canceling projects may plug a hole, but they don't solve a structural deficit. They're short-term fixes, and that leaves us weaker in the long run. Second, to fairness. Visitors should shoulder more of the burden, not the residents, but like everything, within balance. Tools like the TOT and admissions tax and targeted parking strategies and tourism zones spread the costs in a way that protects the neighborhoods and preserves the services that you've all heard tonight people want to keep. Third is the sustainability. Tonight's decisions aren't just about balancing numbers on paper. They're about whether Monterey chooses durable, equitable strategies that can build consensus. kind of solutions our community that will support at the ballot box and beyond. Lastly, my last letter and public comments from last week's stand, but I want to note, and it was brought up tonight also, I didn't hear the staff address one of my main strategies, and I'm wondering why, and if it's considered completely off the table, and if so, why. I'm referring to the pilot strategy of negotiating with major organizations, big money organizations like Montage and the Aquarium, who currently don't pay property tax and only token rent. Is there a way to negotiate something with them to fill that $10 million gap? Thank you.
Next speaker is Rick.
Good evening. It's Rick Aldinger. I'm the current chair of the Measure P and S Citizens Oversight Committee. The original Measure P and follow-up Measure S were created specifically to address the poor condition of our city streets, sidewalks, and storm drains. And while a lot of work has been done in these areas, there's still more to be done, as many streets have not received the attention they need yet. And additionally, the streets that first benefited from Measure P funds are now due for follow-up maintenance in order to prevent them from deteriorating back into disrepair. If we don't want our streets to return to the poor condition they were in prior to Measures P and S, we must continue to maintain them on an ongoing basis. If we redirect P and S revenues to other needs, our streets will return to that poor condition. If we renew these valuable measures, we must continue to prioritize the original intent of restoring and maintaining our city streets, sidewalks, and storm drains. And now, speaking on behalf of hospitality, I do agree with previous speakers when it comes to the possibility of raising TOT. If we as a city do everything we can to support the hospitality industry and keep Monterey as competitive as possible, we'll all reap the financial benefits. As stated previously, raising TOT would be counter to this goal. Thank you very much.
Our next speaker is a telephone caller with the last 3 digits 436. So to unmute, you'll need to dial *6.
So, good evening. This is Eloise Shim calling. And although I don't live in Monterey, I did work for MTUSD for many years. And I think that increasing the short-term rentals to offset the deficit is a bad idea, because after a long process in Monterey County of limiting the short-term rentals with a permit process, I think that it shows that, for instance, one man on the news from Big Sur said that he was glad because the area has many empty mansions. And that takes away from the housing stock, which all the cities in Monterey County are experiencing a housing shortage. So I don't think having more short-term rentals is the answer. And also, I want to say that I think the Mills Act is important for preserving all the historic buildings, which are increasing as time goes by. And I recently went to the Redmond, Hirahara, Queen Anne Victorian, and Watsonville. And if the Mills Act had been implemented, it would not have been delisted from the National Registry. So I think the Mills Act is important. Okay, thank you.
Thank you. And our next speaker is Suzanne.
Hi, I'm Suzanne with Carmel Area Reservation Service. I've been working with the local hotels for inbound travel for over 20 years. And I work with the Monterey Plaza and the Hyatt and the Intercontinental and many hotels in Carmel by the sea as well. And what I want to say is that as a tourist destination, that's our top industry. As our income for the city, That's 40% of our income, if or more, depending on the spin-off business for food and beverage and retail sales. So to take away First Night Monterey, which a lot of people don't know, that's a celebration of the arts with dozens of stages, thousands of participants that's gone on for multiple decades. And it comes at a time when the city and the whole area tourism drops off like a rock. It drops off like a rock around Halloween and November 1st. So here you have this event coming in on the 31st of December, and we need it. Our occupancy is down. Don't shoot yourself in the foot by taking away things and raising occupancy tax, because the way to offset a $10 million deficit is to bring in more money. And the way that we bring in more money is to make Monterey an attractive tourist destination. So we have the car event, we have the Monterey Jazz Festival that brings people in. So does First Night Monterey. And the other point is, what do we want to be known for? We're a city of culture, art, music, entertainment, theater, and it goes on in history. Don't shoot ourselves in the foot and become a sideshow where we have violence and the Monterey County Fair being shut down with riots and riots on at In-N-Out Burger. We need to build up the culture, and that's part of our integrity that'll keep you going.
And our last speaker is Sherry.
Thank you. I've just unmuted. Thank you for listening, Mayor, City Council, staffers, and general public who's still around. I'm here primarily to speak on behalf of First Night Monterey, which I have been a volunteer for many, many years. It's a program that we absolutely need to keep. It brings in people to our city. It shows a family-oriented way to celebrate the new year, which for most people, that is not what they see. If we take it away, what will that do to our city on New Year's Eve? Will that involve more police, etc.? I mean, I've watched kids, I do the hat station, and I've watched kids grow up year after year after year, and they come back and then they come volunteer. They love it. It's important to them. The arts and the culture, we really need to instill in our young people so that they keep it moving forward. I mean, the arts are building, and it's been used for camps, youth programs, summer camps, right? We can't take that away. We need our youth. We voted for Prop 28, right? It's important to the community. I implore us to keep it going. And as a tack on the extra tax on occupancy, I totally agree. We need people to come into our city, not to want to come into it. Thank you for listening.
Okay, with that, we will go ahead and close public comment. Thank you, everybody, for sharing your public comments. I just kind of wanted to do a check-in with the council. So at this point, what we're going to do is each council member is going to give their information to Nat, who's going to track it in a spreadsheet that he has. We're going to see where everybody on the council's at with yes, no, maybe. But I just wanted to offer the council an opportunity to ask any clarifying questions that might help move a card. If it's not going to move a card for you, if you're already set, then this is not the time to ask that question. We'll come back to general questions as we go through each item. But is everybody set with where their cards are, or is there a potential impact to where your card sits now that might be changed by asking a question? Please, Councilman Rush.
Can we break up the 7 properties that were suggested for sale or no longer maintaining so that we could
do whatever we want?
Save.
What I would suggest, and this is what I did, I put that in my maybe pile, so that way we could have that deeper discussion.
Thank you.
Yep. Any other questions from the council?
I'd like to clarify Mills Act because it wasn't very clear in the card if the intent here is to eliminate the tax incentive, or eliminate that and the requirement to upkeep historical properties?
Can I add something to that? I'm not sure if this is what you were asking, but an additional aspect to it, which is if folks have already received Mills Act approval that has allowed the decrease in property tax, do they lose that by the policy that's currently being proposed by staff?
Yeah, so to answer Councilor Garcia's question first is Mills Act is nothing more than a tax savings mechanism, nothing else. So the city's ordinance protects the historic character, but that's a separate ordinance. So the Mills Act by itself is nothing more, nothing less than just a mechanism for the property owners to save taxes. All the obligations to maintain the property in the correct historic way, all the standards set by the Secretary of the Interior on how to maintain historic properties are still in place. So when we hear concerns raised by residents who are thinking that we will neglect our historic properties, that is a total different chapter of city ordinances. And Mills Act by itself just allows the property owners to save taxes on the property taxes. And that's why we are proposing to end that program. Because again, as one of the speakers pointed out, we are already receiving just 6 cents of every dollar paid in property tax. And if we continue managing that program, we would save about $50,000 annually in tax, and we would not lose additional property tax. To go to the mayor's question is what we are proposing is to end the Mills Act privilege, and it would run out after 10 years for those who are using the Mills Act right now. I think there is a legislative requirement that this has to take its course for another 10 years. But we also, so at that time, then after 10 years, the tax benefits would cease to exist, and the Mills Act property owners would pay again the property tax that everyone else pays. And also, it would end immediately the adding additional properties, which are about 60 to 65 additional properties to the Mills Act collection of properties. So if we suspend that program, you save $50,000 annually in staff time. You're not depleting the property tax, and you are returning after 10 years the then property tax being paid by the current Mills Act back into the city coffers.
Okay. Yeah. But that's what's being proposed by staff. We could change it, right? So there's an effort to address the Mills Act program, and this came up over a year ago when we did the pause, and I can't remember the length of the period. I think it was a year. Mm-hmm. We paused the Mills Act, and now that pause has been lifted. Yeah. And the whole purpose of doing that was to look at different ways that we can change it. So the changes that you were just articulated, it doesn't have to be exactly that way. We could have a deeper conversation about how best to make that work. Okay.
Absolutely. Yes.
Thank you for that. All right, Dr. Barber.
Just clarification. So one of the speakers spoke to there not being a transfer tax.
Property transfer tax.
Right. And I just want to get clarification for the public on that.
That's a good card for Nat to answer.
Yes. So there is a property transfer tax that currently exists, and it is for both the city and the county combined. It is 55 cents per $500 of property value, which is the same as $1.10 per $1,000 of property value. The way it works as a standard statewide is that that amount is split half with the city and half with the county. Because we are a charter city, we have the option of having an additional upping our amount, our charter amount, and doing so could double the revenue that we receive. Having said that, there's a bit of a complication because if we do increase that, the county then actually retains the full amount of the base. So it will not only increase our amount of the real property transfer tax, but it would also therefore increase the county's amount as well. So taxes would go up twofold, one for us, one for the county.
So there's the public to understand the big picture.
That's right.
So understand there is a transfer tax because someone said that there wasn't.
Yes, there is one, and it is in our city code. It's also in the county separately, and there is a collection both from the county and the city. And
I wanted to make sure about that, and then the clarification on the attrition, because I know we talked about it during the study session, but just for clarification for this purpose, again, can you go over what that means as far as jobs being lost? Because I think a lot of times, a lot of the community is thinking that that it's just firing people as opposed to some of the things we talked about during the last session, which was dealing with early retirement or such things as that. Can you give some clarification to the attrition, please?
Absolutely, Dr. Barber. Attrition is a way to save on salary costs without implementing layoffs of existing staff. So the idea is that once members of our city staff decide to leave, either they get a job elsewhere, they retire, then we would make a decision on whether or not to fill that position. And that may have impacts likely on service delivery, on what other positions or contract roles potentially could fill those roles. The positive thing is it doesn't directly cause a major impact on the individual because they've voluntarily left the organization, and we still can gain salary savings as a result. But we would look at each position uniquely because not necessarily every position that is vacant based on someone leaving is a position that we can always consider to not fill.
Right, I understand that. I appreciate the clarification. And last one about the Kona, I think it's the recreation center being a rental question. I just wanted some more information on that.
Could we come back to that?
Wait, okay.
Is it that's not going to change your car? Let's come back to that.
Well,
I think there's going to be a broader conversation because that kind of goes into Jean's. Oh, that just goes. It goes into Jean's question earlier, which is we don't have to do that. We could do other properties that are on that. We don't have to do them all. So I think we can break all these down a little bit. Let's go ahead and start. Jean, I think how we'll do this is say your yes first, or Nat, tell us how you want to receive it.
We can receive it as you like. If you have the yes, maybe and no piles, if you could share what's on your yes pile, maybe pile, and no pile, do it fairly slowly that I can input it into the Excel spreadsheet and then we'll tally up.
And just for folks' awareness, after we do this, we're going to give this to him and then we're going to take a Monterey 5. So we're not going to be discussing or debating until after the break. So if you guys want to get up and stretch your legs, feel free to do so. But
yes first.
Right. Yes. Renew measure G.
Okay. And if you could, it would be very helpful if you could identify the card number. It'll make it a little faster for me as well.
Oh, 24. Yes. Renew measure G.
Okay.
Card 25. Yes. Update stormwater fees.
Thank you.
Card 26. Yes. Implement parking fee strategy.
Okay.
Card 27, yes, adjust rent on aquarium lease. Card 20, payment in lieu of taxes, yes. That's card 20. Card 19, partnerships and contracts for services. Yes. Card 9, optimize veterans park campground. Card 22, renew measure PS. Card 22. Card 7, first responder fee program, yes. Card 6, use existing attrition for salary savings. Card 13, sales tax increase of 0.375%. And I think we should do that at the primary. Card 14, admission tax, yes. Card 15, vacancy tax, yes. Card 16, parking tax. Card 17, streaming tax. Card 18, update real property transfer tax. Maybe charter amendment for the VAFs. I think we need a deep dive on that. Maybe central public safety building bond measure. We need it. We just need a deep dive on how to do it. And if we see how the rest of the taxes do. Card 23, sell underutilized city properties. Maybe if we protect Kona Center. Card 10, change government access providers. Maybe I'd like to see AMP have the opportunity to bring down their offer. Card 11, reduce property maintenance costs. And again, if we exempt Kona. Hard no? Ready?
Ready.
Okay, card 5, hard no to reappropriating NCIP funds. Hard no to card 28, defund non-priority NCIP projects. Card 8, pause or eliminate programs. Hard no to discontinue Mills Act approvals.
Right.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember.
Okay.
Let me just adjust the note here really quick. Ready whenever you are. Good.
We're ready when you are.
So card 6, and these are yeses, attrition. 13, sales tax. 14, admissions tax. 15, vacancy. And then 16, parking. Sorry. So let me repeat again, just for the benefit of everyone. So card 6, attrition. 13 is sales. Card 14, admissions. 15 is vacancy. And 16, parking. And maybes. I'll start with 5, NCIP. 7, first responder. 10, change government access. 12, discontinue mills. 17, streaming tax. 18, update property tax. 19, partnerships and contracts. And 20, pay in lieu of taxes. Okay. And I'm just gonna say the rest, Nat, are maybes as well.
Okay.
Yeah, I just have more points to share about that.
Those are cards 8, 9, and 11.
8, 9, 11, 20. Oh yeah, 23. 23.
Okay.
Why do I have a 23?
And then on your yellow cards.
Oh yes. So all those maybe.
All those maybe.
Yep.
Okay. Great. Thank you.
Thanks.
Councilmember Smith, you want to jump in?
You bet. So we're going to start with yeses. Card 6, attrition and salary savings. I obviously need more info on that with a recommended list of what we're talking about, but we'll go into that further. But that seems to be the number one priority in terms of we have too much employment group. We need to realign there. Number 7 is the first responder fee. That's a yes. Card 8, pause or eliminate programs. There's a variety of listed there. Rental assistance program, I say yes. Special events support program, I say no, renew that each year. First night, I say yes.
Councilmember Smith, sorry for interrupt. If we could just try to do the yes, no, maybe, and then
so we'll put that,
and then we'll talk through it more afterwards.
Okay.
Yep.
And I've just got one more on that: partnerships with nonprofits for senior and youth. So there's a lot to talk about that. That was card 8. Card 9, optimize veterans park campgrounds. Yes, let's do that. Card 10, change government access providers. Yes. And that's a new bidding process. Card 11, reduce property maintenance costs. Yes, but with a caveat that that's connected with several other cards. So we need to get back to that. Card 13, sales tax increase of the 0.375%. Yes. Card 14, admissions tax in some form. I don't know how, but yes, I think we should move ahead with that. Card 17, streaming tax. Yes, but I need some more information a little bit there. Card 18, update real property transfer tax. Yes, but there's some variations and choices there. Card 19 is a yes, that's partnerships and contracts for services where it can save us money. Card 27, which is not affecting direct costs, but is for later indirect structural. Adjust rent on the aquarium lease. That's when appropriate. Card 26, implement parking fee strategy. I need more, but I'm in support of that. That's a yes. Card 24, renew measure G. That's a strong yes. Card 23, sell underutilized city properties. That's a yes, but we need to go through the list because several of the properties will be a no. Card 22 is a renew of measure PS, P and S. So we're going to renew measure S. That's a strong yes. On my no stack, card 29, charter amendment for VAF, no. Although I'm going to stick this as I can be convinced if it goes to maybe, depending on how the discussion goes. Card 12, discontinue Mills Act. Again, that's a maybe. I'm sorry, that's a no, but I'm open depending on how that shakes out with some conditions because there's some other options there. Card 15, vacancy tax. That's a no. My maybe stack. Are you ready?
Ready.
Card 5, reappropriate NCIP funds to the general fund. That depends on how and in what format NCIP can help us. And I want to talk more about that.
Okay. Just for clarification, that's a maybe. Card 5.
Maybe that was a card 5.
Okay.
Maybe. Card 16, parking tax. Need more information. Card 20, payments in lieu of taxes, the pilots. I'm open to it, but I need more info. Card 21, central public safety building bond measure. That's a big maybe. I need lots more information.
Okay, I'm so sorry. Just for clarification, you mentioned we know that vacancy tax is no, parking tax is a maybe. Is that correct? For you, the card 16.
Okay, so go back. Parking tax 16 is a maybe.
Okay.
I need more information.
And then pilots, card 20 was a maybe as well.
That's a maybe.
Okay, excellent.
Okay, and we're at 21.
Okay.
Card 21, central public safety building bond measure. Lots to talk about there.
So that maybe, is that a maybe?
That's a maybe.
Okay.
I'm in my whole maybe stack now.
Excellent.
I've already done my yes and I've already done my no's.
Perfect.
Card 25, update stormwater fees. That's a maybe. Depends on how we do it and how much. Card 28 is defund non-priority NCIP projects. That's a maybe. Depends on the process and our work with NCIP.
All right. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Councilor Smith. Dr. Barber.
All right, my yes. Card number 9, optimize Veterans Park Campground. Card number 11, reduce property maintenance costs. Card number 13, sales tax increase. Card number 15, vacancy tax. Card number 22, renew measure PNS. Card number 23, sell underutilized city properties. More conversation, but yes, some of those. Renew, and then card number 24, renew measure G.
Thank you.
All right, maybe. Card number 28, defund non-priority NCIP projects. Want more conversation with NCIP. Card number 29, Charter Amendment VAF. Card number 27, adjust rent on aquarium lease. Card number 26, implement parking fee strategy. Card number 25, update stormwater fees. Card number 21, Central Public Safety Building bond measure. Card number 20, payments in lieu of taxes. Card number 19, partnership and contracts for services. Card number 17, streaming tax. Card number 10, change government access providers. Card number 6, use existing nutrition. And card number 5, reappropriate NCIP funds to general funds, and that goes with the conversation of the other one with NCIP. And my no. Update real property transfer tax, parking tax. I'm sorry. Card number 18, update real property transfer tax. Card number 16, parking tax. Card number 14, admissions tax. Card number 12, Mills Act. Card number 8, pause and eliminate programs. Card number 7, first responder fee program. You need me to repeat anything?
No, we had to have it all. Thank you, Dr. Barber.
Okay. Card number, I'm gonna do my yes. Card number 7, first responder fee program. Card number 9, optimize veteran park campground. Card 13, sales tax increase to 0.375%. Card 15, vacancy tax. Card 16, parking tax. 17, streaming tax. 20, pilots. 21, Central Public Safety Building bond measure. 22, measure P, measure S. 24, measure G. 25, update stormwater fees. 26, implement parking fee strategy. And 29, charter amendment for VAF.
Okay, thank you.
And to make everything easy, everything else is a maybe.
Perfect.
All right, so with that, we're gonna go ahead and take a break, stretch out a little bit here, and then maybe Nat, we can pull that up on the screen so that folks can check that out at their own leisure. to chew on here. We're not going to get through it all today. So my thought is that we might just focus on the things that we have a majority of the council support on, and then we can maybe look at, Hans, I don't know what your thoughts are, but having the rest of it come back at the next council meeting to pick up the conversation as a continuation. So, give me 1 second here. So, how does staff feel like they need? Is consensus okay? Do you need a vote? Do you need a vote to feel comfortable in moving forward, or what is staff's thoughts? Consensus is good.
Yeah.
Okay. So council, I see the Vets Park campground, the additional sales tax. I think that's the 0.375%.
Yeah.
The vacancy tax, Measure P, Measure S, and Measure G all have. Oh, I'm skipping some. I'm sorry.
Mr. Mayor, and there's also the 60% support on admissions tax.
Thank you. I know I keep skipping the letter.
Vacancy tax, parking tax, streaming tax.
Can you share that now?
And then
It's in the column here, the spreadsheet.
I thought I'm sharing the right screen.
Let's do it like this. I'm going to go off of categories. So the only thing that has 100% is the additional sales tax of 4.5 million. That's the 0.375%. Council, are we good to move forward with that?
Yeah. Yeah.
Any? Okay.
I need to see the spreadsheet.
My screen is being shared. I'm not sure.
Well, he doesn't have the screen. He needs to see it.
On the OneDrive.
Are we going to
On
talk at
OneDrive.
all about it?
See it on OneDrive?
Yes.
Yeah, I can send you another link. Yes.
Yeah. So, and let me clarify. So the things that we are deciding to move forward on tonight is not the end of the conversation. So staff's going to do additional work. It'll come back to us as a separate agenda item, and we'll have deeper conversations around what that looks like. Particularly what I understand from the tax measures that will go on the ballot. We're going to be hiring a consultant to do a survey and give us some data to help us determine if it should go on the primary ballot, on the general election ballot. So there's going to be a lot more conversation, particularly on the sales tax initiatives. So if we can try to limit the discussion on these, if possible, if you have a burning question that might be helpful, obviously.
Just a burning statement. You can't have the extra 0.375 and PNS on the same ballot, So we have to separate them. So we would put the 0.375 on the spring ballot and the PS when it expires, or we could do the reverse.
Well, I think so. Well, I was just going to say, I think this is where the consultants can be really helpful because they'll do the survey and give us the feedback on when does it pull the best, which ones pull better together at the same time.
Okay.
Did you have anything to add?
And I do. Is it just so everyone remembers, it does require a unanimous vote of a fiscal emergency declaration to have it on the earlier ballot. And so if there's not like a majority consensus right now, then I just put that out there for your consideration. I mean, a unanimous.
This is the only thing that everybody said yes to.
And is there a legal definition of fiscal emergency?
I think we would have sufficient factual findings to support a fiscal emergency declaration, but it would have to have a unanimous vote of the city council.
Okay.
Thank you.
So just a question in terms of a process. So if it was going to be a Measure G, my thought is it should not be later because the Measure S it sunsets in 2027, right?
Mark.
Yes.
So that's way too far to help us.
Right.
The earlier for Measure G, to me, seems like that's right in the lane for the structural deficit.
Well, G is 2029.
I'm sorry, not G.
You mean
the new tax?
Yeah, the new
of 0.375. Yeah, that one to me is what we should talk about first.
Yes.
Okay, so I don't want us to get too in the weeds. I think staff has good control over the timing and how we need to move all these things forward. So let's try to not get too deep into the weeds, and we'll have a full, deeper conversation. No decision from the city is going to move forward without the council and the public having more just debate on these.
Fine.
So we're all on board for 13, which is the additional sales tax of the 0.375%.
Yes.
Now I'm going to do the 80%. So the Vets Campground has 80%. Gino was the only maybe. Are we good with moving forward with this? Is there a burning question, comment? Anybody?
Well, I guess the question would be, why is it in maybe? What would it take to get to yes?
Yeah, I'll make the comment. So it's a maybe, as a good number of mine are, because the logic that I used basically connected the maybes to the yeses. So in other words, I prioritized the yeses and then thought of the maybes as supplemental in my own calculation to get us to that $10 million. So all that said, I'm okay with changing to yes for this item.
Okay, that's Marash.
And I love the online reservation system because it's so hard to go camping. But I love keeping some drop in. Not many, but I don't know if we want to do that kind of detail, but I think that's important.
Yeah, but I think a yes from all of us would give direction to staff.
Yes.
That's something to work on because that can enhance revenue.
Okay, so we're go. We have a consensus on. It just changed to 80% or 100%. Okay, so now I'm going to go down to vacancy tax. The only no was from Smith. I don't imagine that we're going to shift that, but there does seem to be a super majority of the council that's good to move forward with that.
So question on that is, and I was a maybe and then I was a no, so back and forth. What would the timing of that be? Because to me, that's a significant piece with not having it stacked at the same time that we have other ballot measures.
And I think that for me, it goes back to that same point about the 0.375% for the sales tax. We're going to hire a consultant to look at all of these in the aggregate and look at how do they pull. And so we may come down to it and it doesn't pull well, and we may just jettison that idea altogether.
And that's really what I'm looking for, is because I don't have any data to strengthen my no. It's a common sense approach, but I want to have data that supports my no or supports me to say yes under certain conditions. Maybe there are a certain set of circumstances that a vacancy tax might work. But I generally lean towards not all and not going so radical that it disenfranchises a certain group of people that have invested in property that may someday live here but aren't always here, but they might be pretty darn soon.
Sure.
So I need more data on that.
Okay.
And also keep in mind, vacancy tax is being litigated right now, so this is not a tax that is
we can't count on it.
Approved by the court system yet.
Yeah. Okay. So I think we have consensus on that one.
Can we agree that we should not have staff spend a lot of time or money in consultants fee until we get a flavor for what's happening at the court level? Because if we went out and got a consultant and we spend $50,000, $75,000 on that, and then the court is moving, it seems like we ought to wait to see what the direction of the court is on the legal components of it, rather than spending money on it.
Yeah, I'm good. I've had conversations with Chrissy about it, and I think if anybody on the council wants to have that conversation, she has resources that she provided me that I think would be helpful. But I'm one vote, so
I just don't want to spend any more money that might wind up being money not well spent.
Yeah.
Well, I think right now we're not talking about the consultant basis. We're talking about what we have a majority on to be able to go forward from today. Is that right?
I do think that there's a level of staff figuring out what next steps are, which include probably getting a consultant to look at this.
Okay.
I mean,
we'll take it up when the staff comes back.
Okay. So I think we have consensus there. And then going down to the yellow card section, I see 280%. So measure P, measure S. We don't need to have conversation for the sake of having conversation. If we all agree, is there consensus? Is there any reason why we shouldn't move forward with measure P, measure S?
I'll change that to yes as well.
Perfect.
And again, that's a future 2027.
I will say that I would have liked to made some changes to this, particularly around the idea of prioritizing a dig once policy, but I recognize that by changing the language at all changes the vote threshold. So I'm just going to throw that out there. Okay, so we have consensus in Measure P, Measure S. Measure G, we have consensus there as well. Are you changing your vote there?
To yes.
Okay, all right. So we are a go on those. Now I'm gonna go back and do 60%. The admissions tax has a majority of the council.
What's the number?
12, no, 14.
14,
Okay,
row 12.
thank you.
Dr. Barber's a no and I'm a maybe.
Can I offer a comment on that?
Please.
I think that's another one that's a deep dive with, we need some help with data. I was just thinking in terms of, I like the concept. I don't know if it would win, and it's going to make a difference of when it's on the ballot and what is in the ballot for the ask. If we want to go to a piece of education, there's probably hybrid choices. On the card was a consideration of 5%. It might be that there's some other figure that's more palatable to the council, or it could be a graduated form. It could be that the first 3 years is 2%, and then it gets us within 6 years to a full 5%. I don't know, but that's another one where I think we need to go down the path of seeing what other communities do for admissions tax. And I don't know that I really am comfortable with saying that a theater in a shopping center is necessarily taking the same brunt that we feel from the aquarium that has so many visitors. So I need some help in terms of, say, maybe it's the aquarium, but it's not anything else. But I don't know if that's a lawful ballot that we can do. So I need some help with the legality piece of saying yes to the aquarium, but not to impact the others.
But see, that's why mine is an actual no, because of everything that's on there, because I think we have to look at balance when we come to dealing with balancing the budget to get it back where it needs to be, as far as what's coming from the community,
right,
and what's coming from tourists, and what's coming from the city, and what we're all doing and giving a little skin in the game. And to me, that's locals that are going to the movie. You know, you already have your milk and your eggs and everything else going up, gas going up, and all of a sudden I go to the movies. I can't go to the movies now because now you know that's going up. So that's why mine is a no on that.
Please.
So this for me was a yes, but it was also one of those one of the cards that for me it read like there were two different paths that we could follow. One being the full value of it, 3.9, and the other one being the lower value of 600,000, I think it was. So what that opened up for me was, or what that rose for me was, you know, what is the impact that any of these businesses would be feeling by the implementation of this tax. And it feels like, quote unquote, the smaller businesses would feel the impact less compared to, for example, the aquarium. So I said yes, but I think we also need to be cautious about how big of an impact this would bring to the businesses. So, yeah.
Yeah,
I don't know if that helps, but
could we get clarification from staff? Because I think that there is a little bit of a linchpin here in regards to how we move forward. Is it a all or nothing, or is there space that allows flexibility in targeting certain industries, or how does that work?
We can come back with some more information. Santa Cruz has theirs structured so that it mainly impacts the Santa Cruz Beach Boardwalk. We can look at what that looks like and whether there can be an admissions tax that contains it more to the larger visitor serving versus smaller theaters. And we can look at options, do some more research, come back to council with more information.
Okay, so I think we have consensus there. I feel comfortable in moving forward with just getting some more information. But given we have a majority, I think we have consensus to move forward on that one.
So you're getting a yes, no? You're maybe, I track there, right?
I'm still a no.
I can be a yes for the context of us moving forward with additional information, yeah. So you can change mine to yes.
I was just squeezing.
Thank you. Okay, and then we go down to parking tax. Smith was a maybe, Barber was a no. So maybe we start with the two of you to get your thoughts on that, though I would offer that we still have a majority of the council that's willing to move forward with that. No, but if you want to say something to help.
No, I don't have.
Okay.
So I said a maybe because I always want to know how much tax and who is the target that's going to have to pay the tax. So if it's private parking lots, then I need to know, is that citywide or is it only in high impact areas that we are heavy on the service of public safety responses? If it's to generate more taxes just because we're broke and we can, I'm less moved if I can hear a case that revenue directly will help public safety and correcting hazards or roadway hazards or signal light controls that is impacted by heavily used parking lots. And let's just full disclosure, Cannery Row's got a lot of private parking lots. Are there other city parking or other private parking lots that they charge? When I go to San Francisco, I park in a private lot and it's $65 on certain games, and the San Francisco city gets a percentage of that on every private lot. So I'm not opposed to it. I just need to know what is the purpose and how much are we talking about?
I can share some insights with you in just a brief 2 minutes. This card and the $450,000 estimated in parking revenue is focused on privately managed parking spaces. As you mentioned, Councilmember Smith, Cannery Row areas have several. There's the Clement Hotel parking lot. There's the Sardine Factory lot. And then also downtown Heritage Harbor, which is a facility owned by the aquarium, charges parking, and so does the Portola Hotel. Most of those are used by visitors. This tax would not, at least in our mind, would not apply to public parking garages or public parking lots, and we would still maintain the resident parking program to offer discounted parking for residents of Monterey.
That context was really helpful.
And one other piece of that for me was parking was when we have revenue that we collect off of, so we have TOT, and we had some disputes with what was submitted. Does that impact the parking revenue to those properties? Or they were not under current law required to give us any portion of their parking? Because I know that we had some disputes about this about 3-4 years ago in terms of fully reporting revenue from conference rooms, delivery to the guest rooms, so
it's been clarified. You're correct. A few years ago, we make it very clear, and our TOT ordinance is extremely clear that if it's related to the rental of a room at a hotel, as an example, then it's subject to the TOT rate for someone staying in a hotel and using valet parking, for example, at the Marriott. So that revenue is intact. At least based on our initial research, we don't envision the parking tax being a double tax on top of parking at a hotel, and as far as we believe. So
yeah, and that was a concern I had, that we were overloading that guest if they parked their car and it was valeted and it was parked on a property.
It would be exempt from those if there's already TOT on top of parking or hotel tax related parking fee. They would be exempt from this parking tax.
Okay. That helps.
Are you still a maybe?
I'm still a maybe until we can get some more details that come back. And it's not going to help our structural deficit right away.
No,
because it has to go to a ballot measure.
Well, there is a majority of the council that's a yes. So short of that changing, I think we have consensus to move forward on that one.
And we would see it again as it comes back.
And we would see it again. Yeah. Yep, absolutely.
Something worth mentioning too, if we could add, the $450,000 valuation is based on the lower 5% parking rate. If the parking tax rate goes to 10%, which is standard for many cities. Santa Cruz has that. Santa Monica is at 15+%. It would double that to $900,000. So just as something to be mindful of as the discussion continues.
Did you find out what San Francisco is? Because I'm way overpaying every time I go to the Giants.
Okay. All right. So we're consensus on that. Next, we're going to the streaming. We have a majority of the council that is a yes, though Garcia and Barber are both maybes.
I'll change to yes.
So Gino's a yes. Dr. Barber? The streaming tax?
Can I ask a question before you put her under that? Because that might help. So we currently have a utility fee that we get from Comcast, right?
Yes.
That's right. It's a franchise fee.
A franchise fee. So are there any other utilities that deliver something to the home that we are getting a franchise tax on?
Right. PG&E, LM,
sewer.
No.
It's public.
Oh, that's public. Okay.
Yeah. So we get from CalAm and from PG&E franchise fees, utility tax.
It's technically the utility users tax, UUT, separate from franchise. We get franchise fees from the Comcast and as well as the garbage service.
Okay. So as an example, your streaming device. So if I have Netflix and Apple and I pay a monthly subscription and maybe it's $15, so you're coming up with a percentage. So my bill is X percentage higher in addition to the Comcast that is really how I'm getting those apps.
Mm-hmm.
So how do we figure out the percentage to calculate on a streaming figure?
Wouldn't that be part of the polling?
It could be part of the polling. Yes, absolutely. We could explore it further. And we do note on the card, this is a tax that's currently on appeal. The idea behind
like, because if you're getting if we're getting a franchise that from like Comcast or whatever we're using, and then if I'm streaming Netflix, I'm paying extra money on top of that now. That's what I'm understanding.
The Comcast tax is for cable service. So to distinguish the difference, it's that franchise fee is based on the cable service. So your normal cable TV connection that's historic. A lot of folks who use Paramount Plus or Netflix and some of those streaming tax services, they only use internet service, and that my understanding is there's no.
So the answer is yes, because if we have a streaming tax and Dr. Barber uses Netflix, she would pay on the Netflix the streaming tax.
Right.
Because Comcast provides the internet, but you sign up through Comcast for Netflix. It's not part of Comcast services, so the streaming tax would apply to.
Right. It wouldn't be a double charge. It's in lieu of.
It's a separate charge.
Correct.
Yes.
But it's still coming from the same
Yeah.
source in my head, so I'm not thinking my vote on that.
And I think, and I apologize, I was trying to multitask, but I think the nexus for this becoming a thing is the fact that we're losing
cable
revenue as it relates to cable.
Yes.
Okay.
Yes. So the streaming tax was invented by cities to basically offset the losses that people have where they don't have cable anymore, just use Apple TV and sign up for whatever they want to use there. So a lot of folks do not have cable anymore, but use all the streaming platforms that Nat just mentioned.
I'm a classic example.
I think, as to clarify, I think that the cable franchise fees only applies to the video service. So if someone subscribes to Comcast and only subscribes to internet only, there is no tax on that. So this is in lieu of it. And that's why cities are doing streaming tax. If you do pay for internet and cable, you're only getting taxed on the cable part, not the internet part. Correct. And that's the reason for the streaming tax, is to cover those quote unquote cable cutters like me. I only have an internet only plan through T-Mobile. I don't pay Comcast, and I don't pay taxes on my T-Mobile bill. So this is in lieu of it.
And if I understand this correctly, this has support from Cal Cities, or am I?
I don't know that Cal City, maybe they did decide to jump in with an amicus brief.
Okay.
They might have. I need to double check that. I know it was considered. It is brought by the city of Santa Barbara, and they're testing the waters on that. They prevailed in the Superior Court, and they're being challenged in the appellate court by Disney Plus. And we should have a decision at some point. I don't think the case is fully briefed yet, so it's on appeal.
Thank you for that, because I was actually going to ask you to provide a little bit of an explanation. I know there was some that litigation piece that was helpful, so thank you for that. Okay, well, so we still have a majority of the council consensus on that, so we're going to go ahead and move forward with that one. In that,
Parking strategy.
thank you. Yep, parking strategy. Barber and Garcia are maybes.
I'm okay to change the yes as well.
Hey, Dr. Barber.
It's the same, basically concept I had for the other one dealing with the parking.
The parking
So I'm just
strategy.
catching up here. Implement parking fee strategy. How is that different than the parking lot fee?
It would basically expand the areas where we are collecting parking right now. It could include the downtown area. It could include the fairgrounds. It could include extending the operating hours in the Cali P parking garage, where we stop collecting right now at 6 p.m. So that is part of the parking strategy.
Yeah, I think I supported this because I see some revenue being left out by not enforcing certain hours and certain days. And an example is this town was full Friday, Saturday, Sunday, Monday. But yet we have places in this town that it's free parking on Sunday and free parking on Monday.
Mm-hmm.
I think we should analyze that.
Okay, well, I think we have consensus on that one, so we're a go there. And that gets us through our list of the things that were identified as majority council yes. If we could look through this together real quick, is there anything that's of particular urgency, particularly as it relates to things on the ballot, that would be helpful for staff to hear from the council tonight on before we close this out? I mean, I'm looking at
So we have two maybes on the property transfer tax.
What's the number?
It's number 18. And it was Councilmember Garcia and Mayor Williamson. Now that's a tax that is being charged when you purchase a brand new property.
So the reason why I'm a maybe on it is because how it's identified on the card of just increasing it as a flat percentage, if you will, on the entire property value. I know that I've seen other models where it maybe scales up, let's say anything over $1 million gets the additional tax, anything over 2 million. And so I think just looking into it more, I'm open to having the discussion. But that's why I was a maybe. So you can put me down as a yes. I just wanted to have a deeper discussion than that one.
We will look into that.
Okay, perfect.
Yeah, and there are cities like San Jose, there are 3 or 4 in Santa Clara County specifically that have it on a tiered system.
Yeah.
But as we mentioned last week, this is being questioned, and there's currently a bill in the state assembly from the assembly members in Oakland and Los Angeles where they have the highest property transfer tax that would eliminate charter city's ability to even increase this tax and implement this. So this falls into the big question mark column, depending on where this legislation goes over the next 6 months.
I'm okay changing a yes as well on this one.
Yeah, time will tell, and it's a long-term thought, worthy of tracking and worthy of looking at when it's the right time. But it may be a heavy lift, and I think that I'm intrigued by what you said tonight, was that whether we have an increase on the city side, it may increase equally to the county. So that's another one of those where, we're impacting the buyer and the seller. And it's good revenue, but how much is it really worth us going through that? And so I just don't know if that was going to pass, but I'd be interested to see what the court decisions are going to be.
So just looking at a few other ones here, just to double check. So the first responder fee, that's on a ballot. Is there any urgency for that from staff's perspective? There seems to be a majority with yes and maybe, but I just wanted to see if there's any urgency for us the need for us to make a decision or give staff direction on this one tonight.
Yes, because this is a low-hanging fruit.
Yeah.
And it's something that the council can do with no voter approval. And so I would, and it's something that we can implement, and it is in our general fund in the next maybe even during this fiscal year, we can start collecting. So this is not something where we have to work very hard to get that fee approved.
And can I just ask a clarifying question, and then I'll pass it to Gino and Ed and Dr. Barber if you want to add anything. This fee wouldn't charge any local residents anything additional. It basically just leverages their insurance, and if there's a delta, essentially, that we would still be covering it.
It basically eliminates that the taxpayers pays actually twice for it. Number one, the taxpayers pays all our salaries. We deliver it for free, those help services, and the healthcare provider that are being paid by the patients or by the residents get a freebie from the city of Monterey.
Right.
This will eliminate that, and the healthcare and the health insurance, including Medicare, they will provide the cost for that. We have to work as staff on the nexus to really determine, is it $300, is it $400, is it $600? And there will be a very generous, what do you call this, compassionate interpretation, so that people without means will
be covered,
continue to receive
uninsured
the services, the uninsured, for free.
Yeah.
But those with health care will have to pay through the health care.
So it's not like we're not, by implementing this fee, we're not going to not provide the care for somebody.
No, everyone will get the same, will continue to getting the care. We are just getting the opportunity through third-party billing to get money back from the health insurance.
Okay, so while we go Garcia, Smith, and then Dr. Barber.
Mine should have actually been a yes.
Oh,
Nat.
I'll make that update right now.
Question for staff really quick. So does this either in theory or in practical terms impact the premiums that we all pay, either in the city or as residents of the state of California?
It will, all the costs are being passed on, yes. So I cannot say no, it will not impact your premiums, because at the end of the day, the healthcare providers will have to apply to pay for higher premiums.
Mm-hmm.
So yes, it can have an effect on premiums. Yes.
But I'm sensing that not to the extent of like really impacting people's pockets, because the cost is basically spread throughout all insurance users.
Yeah.
It would be helpful if we knew other cities.
We have other cities.
Yeah.
Some of the other cities, so there are over 24 in California that have the fee. I'll name a few: Anaheim, Folsom, Long Beach, Napa, Sacramento, San Francisco, and Vallejo.
San Jose.
San Jose is the most recent one, and those fees are along the same range that we're predicting. There are, as Hans mentioned, financial hardship waivers to ensure that people who can't afford it or don't have insurance don't get charged and are waived those fees.
Okay, I just for sake of time, we have a majority of the council that's in support. Dr. Barber, did you have anything else to add to this one?
Well, I did, but I'll just go ahead.
Are you sure?
Yeah, go ahead.
Okay.
I just changed to yes.
Yep. So we'll change Gino to yes. We are a go to move forward with the first responders one. So for now, we're going to postpone. Actually, if I could just say on the NCIP ones, and I'll let other council members jump in if you have other thoughts, but I think both of those, it would be most appropriate for us to set up another joint session with the NCIP, have that conversation with them to get their feedback and input.
Yeah, I like it too.
I agree. I wrote basically on my, I mean, I'm a maybe, but we've heard from NCIP speakers tonight and the previous week where they specifically said they are willing to help and just turn it back to them and let them get together. And I think they're going to come right alongside of us and help. And I don't think we have to really get in the kitchen and try and mix this. I think we've made our case. They know what we need. And I think we take it back to the NCIP with a specific ask of, how can we rearrange this where we can count on a certain number of dollars every year that goes to our general fund to manage the costs that we have. And I don't know what form that they would come in with, but they're very creative.
I think part of the process here is to continue to build that collaboration with NCIP. So, that's in major part, that's why I would favor going with a joint meeting. And I think there's there are finer details that it would be useful to have everybody in the same room to navigate that conversation. Mm-hmm. So I would support a joint meeting.
I would just throw out one of my thoughts, and I know that I'm the only yes on the public safety bond. Everybody else is a maybe on that. But to me, and maybe the reason why everybody's a maybe, or part of the reason why everybody's a maybe is perhaps because how are we going to pay for that? And so I think Hans had brought this up at the first meeting, that could some of the NCIP funds be leveraged to help support that so that we're not having to create a new burden on local residents. So there's a deeper conversation that would be helpful to have that dialogue with, as opposed to just pushing it off and letting them figure it out without us being able to have it back and forth.
I think first, if we had that conversation with a joint meeting, that would certainly help. Mm-hmm. I can just tell you why I was a maybe on the bond measure is at the moment I'm reading the news about MIIS and the light bulbs are going off. And I'm thinking, okay, how do we solve these problems in the future years? And it's probably not a public safety facility that's going to happen in my time, unless I'm here another 10 years. But we've got an opportunity to watch how the property unfolds. It becomes available by 2027. MIIS has 2 blocks plus. And then we also have the lease that we have out at McGraw Hill. So I don't think we fully vetted all of our possibilities for the public safety. So I'm not ready to go to a bond measure, but maybe it's a combination of we acquire some property close by, we retrofit the building, fire department occupies the whole thing. I mean, I'm spitballing here, mm-hmm. but we've got property that we might be able to use that might not take $100 million bond measure, because I'm very sensitive about whether it would pass, given the numbers we saw tonight from one of the speakers with 3 or 4 bond measures that's already loaded up property taxes. I just don't think that the public is ready to say they're down for another $400 or $500 on top of their property tax. So wrong time, too early, and it may not be that much, but I think there's some other options we should explore when it's the right time.
I feel like there's a lot more to talk about this one here. And so if council's okay with it, let's hold off on that one because
table that one.
Yeah, let's just hold off on that one tonight. It doesn't seem like that one's needed urgently from staff's perspective. I don't know. You guys are good with that? Okay. So I'm going down the list. Position attrition, I think we can come back to next time.
I don't think it's anything else. Still. Vice Mayor.
I'm just kind of going through, make sure I don't miss anything. Pause.
Before we pass on the position attrition,
Mhm.
item number 6, what I wrote a maybe, but it's a yes if I know what positions we're talking about. And I think we just need to have staff give us more information, and it's about the things we don't know. It's the alignment, it's the work plans, it's what positions are you talking about? Where can you consolidate? And where are the essential services that you want to replace? So we just need more from staff at the right time.
Right.
Yeah.
About dealing with the.
We don't want to find out that we can't hire the adequate
Right.
police and fire. And
Right.
We
Yeah.
don't want to walk into that.
Let's table this one till next.
If I may just throw a word of caution, attrition is what it is. Attrition is not planned. So if I see that, just making it up, a community services officer leaving, that's an opportunity to save funding. That's attrition.
Mm-hmm.
If you say, oh, we want to see the plan, that's not attrition to that extent that we can count on $3.1 million next fiscal year. So I just want to we need to have those conversations. I completely understand, but attrition is what it just is. Somebody can say, I will retire on December 30th, and then that person will not retire, as we've seen it in the city so many times.
I think
so
part of it is what I'm hearing, and what I agree with is we may not want to use attrition for our public safety officials and our engineers as an example.
Right.
And so what does the plan look like to determine which positions that we are okay with allowing that attrition to leave those positions vacant? That's why I think let's leave this one for the next council meeting. I think we can talk through this more.
Yeah, but I want to add that the unknown is, well, the city manager is tasked with managing the personnel, but we've approved the employment lists and salaries and all that. So we have a whole bunch of positions that are hanging vacant. I think it's time to identify the ones that are hanging vacant that we would probably agree with staff that it might be time that we say, let's move that attrition from it's no longer a position.
So let's bookmark this until next council meeting.
Exactly.
The next one I see that we didn't get to is pause programs. Again, I think we should hold that one to next council meeting. Access providers, let's hold that. Property maintenance, let's hold that. Mills Act doesn't seem like it's going to go anywhere, but let's just shove that to the next one. I think we're down to partnerships, contracts. We'll hold that. Pilots, we'll hold that. Public safety bond, we'll hold that. Sell properties, we'll hold that. Stormwater fees. I'm gonna come back to that one because I think that we
can I make a change?
Yeah, let me come back to that real quick.
Yeah.
Aquarium lease. Okay, hold on. Let me just look through these. Defund NCIP. We talked about pushing that to the next meeting, and then the VAP. Okay, so let's do these last three. Let's do stormwater fees, aquarium lease, and VAF amendment. Let's try to see if we can get through those three, and then we'll wrap it up for the night. So stormwater fees. I'm sorry, is that the one that you were looking at changing?
No.
Which one were you looking?
The Mills Act should be a maybe, from no to maybe, Nat. Now, there's a condition on that. It needs to come back, but that's not a wholesale get rid of it. And there's a compromise position I'll have when we get back to talking about that.
Okay. Yeah, we'll bookmark that one to next council meeting.
So you want to talk about stormwater fees? I have a maybe. The reason I have a maybe is I need to know when and how much. And as I recall, we increased our storm fees 2 years ago?
No.
No? So what did we increase that was? Oh, that was sewer.
Sewer. And since 1900, 1997 until 2024. We collected stormwater fees in the amount of $5.50 per month on top of the as part of the sewer collection. When Monterey One Water wanted to switch the
tax rules,
the sewer collection to the tax bill, we had to take the stormwater fee off, and we had to not collect it anymore, go through a new nexus analysis, which we are doing right now. And so we want to reinstitute that fee because it pays for all the stormwater maintenance that, that we are conducting. In the current scenario, the fee that we are striving to re-implement is slightly above the $5. It's like $6.76 or something like that right now. So we are going through the nexus analysis. This is not a brand new fee. We had to halt it because of Monterey One Water's attempt to get it to the property tax. But we have to reinstitute that because, again, it is a mandate by the state of California on certain things that we are doing in the stormwater. Right now, these costs are being absorbed by the general fund. They were originally coming from the stormwater fund. We need to put it back into the stormwater fund. So that's my plea to. It will come to you, and hopefully at that time you can vote for it.
Is this simply Prop 218, or does it go on the ballot?
No, there's a very complex Prop 218 process. There are twice where we have to poll the residents if they want to pay for it through a Prop 218 process.
So they get a protest vote.
Yeah, and then there's a majority vote and a protest vote.
Okay.
So the voters will ultimately decide.
Mayor, mine should be changed to a yes.
Okay.
25, yes.
You got it. We will make that change right now.
I'll change mine to yes as well, please.
So it's not like this is more of an administrative thing because of the whole thing with M1W. It got dropped and now it's eating into our general fund. We're just trying to add it back in and have a slight increase to it. So it keeps up with inflation essentially.
Yes.
So you can change mine to a yes.
Okay.
And again, see this in connection with Measure PNS, because Measure PNS takes care of all the capital infrastructure for stormwater as well. So that works out well.
100%.
Glad we had this talk.
I'm glad we did too. All right.
I'm glad I
thank you, Hans. Appreciate that.
Glad we had that talk.
All right. So we are consensus on that. And then next we're going to move to aquarium lease. And so I see Barbara Garcia and myself are maybes. Somebody want to start us off here?
Yeah, I feel pretty strongly about it because I've gone through 2 leasing processes with the aquarium that I'm faced with the dilemma of the absolute, honor to have an aquarium that drives so many people here, that generates foot traffic and hotel stays and all of the benefits that can come out of it. However, I can't make the correlation that justifies continuing to lease that golden property for $1. That the dollar goes to the Tideland funds, and whatever rate that we get out of a new lease would go to the Tidelands funds. I look at the Tidelands funds as being underfunded because it's not capitalizing on that space. It's in the heart of the Tidelands fund. So I just think it's time. I don't know what the right amount is. We need to get into negotiations. I'm certain that there's people that are going to say, no, don't do that. They already draw enough people and that's a benefit. But I just think it's time that we make our Tidelands fund mature with all of the properties that should be collecting the leases. And it's not going to be general fund money. However, the services supporting all the activities for the aquarium and their number of properties are directly out of our general fund, and we don't collect sufficient revenue from that other than the parking fees we get from the citizens when they come and the revenue from TOT and food and sales tax, which are substantial. But I'm weighted more towards that it's on the Tidelands fund and they're not paying anything. They're not contributing anything. And I think the average voter, if they understand the facts, they would probably agree that it's time. There's one other factor that weighs me to believe it's time to negotiate a lease agreement that's more than $1. And that's that although they are a nonprofit group, it started with the aquarium. They own a number of properties, including Moss Landing and the education building and their offices in Pacific Grove and Monterey. None of them are paying property tax. So weighing the factor of they're not paying property tax, they're not paying anything towards rent, it's time to just negotiate something to offset the partnership. And I don't want to scare them away. I don't want them to leave. And I'm not saying that they're bad players. They're a wonderful partner, and they're central to the success of Monterey and Pacific Grove. And we need to continue that. But I think we need to have the hard conversations of a tenant needs to pay the right amount of money in lease negotiations. That's kind of my position.
Well said. Appreciate you for it. Anybody else want to jump in?
Yeah.
Please.
I mean, for me, I totally agree that the aquarium brings so much to our area. You know, it's a tourist attraction, not only nationally, but internationally. So, you know, it has a lot of assets that it brings to our area, and funds, like you were saying, TOT and sales tax and all these other pieces that is impacted by it being a jewel of the attraction for the tourism. But I do agree that with all the different other buildings and other properties that they own, that may be some sort of negotiation. I'd like to have a conversation with them to see how they can be able to help. And I don't know what that looks like. That's why I have a maybe on there. I just feel like I would like to have a conversation with Aquarium to say, okay, this is where we are. And we know how much you mean to, you know, Peninsula and specifically to the city of Monterey, and to tourism. How do we work together on this? And so I just I'd like to have a conversation of what that looks like, but I do see that could be a possibility.
Okay.
I would love to spin it so that we become partners with the aquarium, with that money going to the Tidelands and a community effort to save Wharf 2. And it could be an aquatic sports area. It could be the fish market. It could be educational with the aquarium, with Hopkins, with NPS. It could be artisans helping design tiles, personalized tiles and bricks to decorate personalize the wharf. I think if we worked with the aquarium in a creative way as a partnership and let them know how we would be using that money to benefit our maritime presence, maybe they'd feel just a little bit better about it. But that's the vision I see. I mean, I think we're all in this together, and they know that, and we need their help. We need their help to take care of our waterfront.
The lease is due in 2031. So it's, again, that's when the lease is up for renewal. And I think the conversations that the council just had will allow us to approach the aquarium and provide some feedback back to you, what they are thinking, and use some of the arguments that you just made that we also thought will have weight for them to consider.
But no income until 31.
Oh, who knows?
There's lots of options out there.
You're good. You know, one of the things I used to, before, and Dr. Barber got onto the council, I used to represent the council on the Cannery Row Business Association. And it was really clear that the aquarium plays this kind of quasi-business role where, yes, they are a nonprofit, but they and essentially in a lot of ways act as a business, and they are the main draw for visitors that come to Monterey on a regular basis, particularly to Cannery Row. So I think with that recognition, there is a business case, I think, to be made for this. I think, and I appreciate Councilmember Rash bringing up the idea of how do we allocate the funds in a way. And I think there's a conversation that we can have with the aquarium that makes it appealing for them to know that they're playing a part in helping to fulfill their own mission goals as it relates to it. One of the things that I've had some conversations about that I'm hoping, really just big picture on all these things that are being brought up as it relates to the aquarium. And Ed, you brought this up a little bit in your comments, but they own a lot of property in the city. And because they're a nonprofit, they don't have to pay any property tax. So we're not benefiting from that. When we're having a housing crisis, how can we help encourage the aquarium to help play a better role in helping to create affordable housing or just housing in general in the city? So I think this is an opportunity. I'm still in a position of maybe I'm open to though allowing this to move forward in discussions, but I would just ask Hans, if we were to say yes today, what do next steps look like here? Would it just be staff going and talking to the aquarium and starting those discussions in the background?
Yes.
I wish the aquarium was here tonight because it'd been nice to hear from them in a public setting, but.
So let me express that I did meet with a representative of the aquarium and had this conversation and told her my thinking and said that basically we would not make any decisions tonight other than we would push it off. We would see where we're all thinking. But it's going to have to be a conversation for the future, and that our city manager would know the right people to talk to in the aquarium if that's the direction that the council gave. But they look forward to that conversation, and they know it's coming.
I equally had a conversation with the aquarium, and
So did I. So did I.
Yeah.
So does everyone can we just go down the line and share?
And it wasn't about lease negotiations. It was about how do we solve the problems, and when we get to that point, we want to be able to contribute to that.
So did I. Okay, Dr. Barber, what was your conversation with them?
Mainly about mission.
The admissions tax or fee.
Oh, you wanted more?
I mean, it's probably good to just have something on record.
Just basically about the admission tax and just everything that they already bring to the peninsula, but also what they do for the Thailands as far as part of their mission already, and how they contribute to that part just through their mission, as well as what they do by bringing in people from all over, not just locally, but people from all over, the valley, and also Central Coast, and all over, of course, the world, but making it where it's equitable for bringing in schools and different other people who would normally not be able to come into the aquarium. So it was mainly talking about that.
Yeah.
Let me just clarify one thing, if I may. As long as none of you heard what the others told whoever you spoke with at the aquarium, then it's okay. If you see what I'm saying, like if there was no
and maybe I can offer as a way to keep us in a safer space moving forward, that we just do a check-in to make sure that there's not a majority of the council speaking with the reps from the aquarium to avoid any potential Brown Act violations.
Well, I just refuse to answer calls from all of the council.
We're going to talk
Yeah, and just a little humor there. I think it's important because we all, in our own way, we get contacted, and people have a right to talk to us. But I think we're smart enough to say we're not in lease negotiations.
Right.
We're talking about a topic in the future, and it's going to come back to us with some more clear direction. My conversation was, very, very much open and bold, and just what I said was what I said to that same person.
Well,
so
it's in my district, so that's why for me,
I'm just letting y'all know.
I'm going. I mean,
the Thailand funds is in my district too. So
I would just make one clarification, though. It's not just about the lease negotiations. It's about a decision that could be like somebody, was it Dixie chaining or whatever?
Well, that's why we shouldn't talk to each other about it.
It could lead to, right, but even if somebody else knows, so I think just to be safe. Okay,
there's good news though, because they have reached out to you and you've spoken to them, which means that there is a considerable amount of consideration, shall we say, not the word fear to use, about those two measures. So there is negotiation capital to be leveraged now, and that shows me that there is something that they heard loud and clear they want to avoid, and that might help us in the overall approach.
And then once it gets into it, it's in closed session because it'll be negotiations anyway.
I can maybe get to a yes, but I think I really would like to hear from the aquarium. So I'm going to offer this. Can we push this to the next time, and hopefully somebody from the aquarium is listening in and they can share some public comments at the next council meeting? Does that seem fair to everybody?
Again, this is important for the council to know, and if you know it, I apologize. The aquarium lease is structured not that you give us $1. The aquarium lease is structured that they have to pay market rent. And the way it's designed is that the city of Monterey provides an estimate, and they provide their own appraiser with an own estimate. And should those numbers be not identical, then a mediator walks in and we mediate together and we agree on the actual rent. Councils for decades have said, oh, it's just $1. So you gave away your right that the aquarium agreed to pay fair market rent. And again, the process is absolutely fair. You have two different appraisers, you find the facilitator, and you come up with that. So again, I want to urge the council not to give away that right that you have, that both parties agreed to. And councils in the past did this.
Again, I'm open to it. I just want to make sure that the aquarium has a chance to share their voice in a public setting, and we'll pick this back up at the next council meeting. And then the last one we're going to get to is VAF amendment, and I'm almost feeling like this might be something. Say again? Yeah.
Can I ask staff to explain a little bit more, because the card left me with lots of questions.
Well, I think we need a deep dive into it.
Yeah.
And
maybe we push it to the next council
yeah,
meeting.
but
can you
would
put
love
some
staff to educate?
Could we get some questions out to staff so that maybe they could be a little bit more armed for the next council meeting? Are there questions specifically as it relates to the VAF amendment?
Yeah, let me look at my pile here. So I was not quite sure what we were talking about when we said to change the current visitor accommodation. So I just need an explanation of, and I know this would have to go approval required by the city council for a charter amendment on VAF, but it does not have to go out to a ballot. Is that correct?
It would. That is a typo. It is a charter amendment, so it would require council and voters.
So yeah, and it didn't. It says approval required by the city council. So charter amendment has to go out to the voters. Yeah. So what would we be asking the voters for? We want to change the VAF. What do we want to do with the VAF? What would we likely ask the voters to vote for?
In a nutshell, what we are suggesting is that the vehicle accommodation zones will be amended to allow movements within the established areas. For instance, on North Fremont Street, it was a feature of our North Fremont specific plan to allow that the hotels could shut down in one area and move to a different area without basically creating additional hotels. It would allow economic development in certain areas where maybe the operation of a hotel is not as productive, and you can then move a hotel to a different area by shutting down one part, that specific hotel, have an economic development there at that time with a different business or different development, and have the same amount of hotel rooms or the same space allocation for visitors accommodation facilities at a different space. It would not basically allow to add new VAF zones into areas where we do not have currently a VAF zone created. It just allows flexibility within the VAF zones to reshuffle the hotels in case there are folks who want to invest. And North Fremont is a great example because you have areas where you have non-functional shopping malls and mini or strip malls, and you may have opportunity there to develop a hotel if somewhere else a hotel wants to just close down and wants to become a housing site or something like that. So
okay,
that's the idea.
I'd be interested in the interplay with expanding hotels going into housing, more permanent housing. We've always been told we can't do that, if I understand it. And I don't expect a deep dive now. And also the overlay with where the Coastal Commission comes in on those kinds of decisions, if they do it all. So I imagine a very deep dive. I mean, I think this one is the most complicated that we're looking at. But
any other questions on this one for staff to have some homework on?
No questions, but I can be moved with this explanation to a maybe. If you want to move me to a maybe on the list.
Okay, so Smith is a maybe on VAF. Well, we're going to go ahead and wrap this up for this evening. All the other items that we haven't discussed will move to our next council meeting. I will point out, though, that I think when this exercise started, we were just at 10 million for the direct strategies and the yes totals, and it's moved up to 12.3. So even if you account for, concerns, and staff brought up, the vacancy tax, if that funding is specifically focused on housing, we still have a little bit of wiggle room there that reaches the 10 million, which was our homework assignment. So I know that there's a lot more work to do into that. And then if you include the maybes that are still haven't been discussed, that gives us the 22 million. And then the indirect yeses are 20 million by themselves. So I think we're doing the hard work, and I know that there's a lot more discussion to be had. I know Nat has some comments here as well.
No, and I think congratulations to council for all the hard work in putting this together and identifying the yes, and maybes and nos. It is good news that we have direct strategies that add up to 12.3 million. I will add, and Andrea Rennie has been very helpful, our public works director, in tracking its impact on what's immediate, short-term, and midterm as well. Because part of the funding strategy and the funding shortfall that we have is a $10 million structural deficit that is ongoing. And we also need to fix in fiscal year 26-27. And based on the yes only votes, there are $0 in the immediate column. There are $627,000 in the short-term column, $825,000 in the midterm, and then 30 million in the long term. So we're doing really well looking long term. A number of those items in long term are ones that are still being legally questioned, but we don't have a fix for fiscal year 26-27, which we will need to identify. So something to be mindful of and for us to discuss in the months to come.
Well, and I would just lobby this back to staff a little bit too, because I guess out of all the cards that we've been offered, how many of those, what is the total amount? If we said yes to everything, where would that leave us in the short term? I think there would still be a gap there if I'm reading this correctly. So lots more work to do.
Well, just to stay, if you said yes to everything, it would be $22 million to the good.
No, that's over the long term.
Yeah.
I was, what I'm saying specifically is short term or immediate. Actually, I wasn't looking at you. I'm looking at your second tab there.
Yeah.
but
Yeah.
we won't have to go into this tonight.
Well, and just a comment if I could.
Yeah.
Taking the cards that were green and saying this is a must and the instructions were get to 10 million. I got to 9,270,000, but with a whole lot of questions. So I think I saw my number probably get to 13 or 14 because of the clarity that we got with the conversations from staff. So I wanted to say you came prepared, staff, and really helped us understand what was more than just on the card, because it's hard to explain everything on a 4x5 card. But staff did well and helped us with that.
100%. No, thank you again, staff, for all the work on this. I think it made it a helpful exercise for the council and the public participate in. And it's black and white or green, yellow, and red. But it's really easy for people to see, and it's very transparent. So I appreciate the exercise. I know there's a lot more work to do here. So to not belabor the point, I'm going to go ahead and have us move on from this topic. Council comments.
I'm going to pass.
Pass.
I guess I'm going to pass. Oh, well, yeah, because I'm going to do a closeout here for the adjournment. But before that, I'll pass it to city manager reports.
Yes, our Type 3 engine is back from the fire in Napa, and that's all what I want to say.
Okay. And as we adjourn here, I want to adjourn in memory of Captain David Fortune. So on Saturday, August 16th, 2025, retired Monterey Police Department Captain David Fortune passed away at the age of 76. Captain Fortune began his distinguished career with the MPD on April 17th, 1972, and served the community with honor for 31 years until his retirement on August 1st, 2003. Throughout his tenure, he had held a variety of assignments, including patrol officer, traffic officer, and detective. He later led the detective bureau as both a sergeant and lieutenant, ultimately rising through the ranks to serve as a captain. His commitment to professional development was evident in his graduation from the California Post Command College, Class 12, and the FBI National Academy. Beyond his career in law enforcement, Dave was known as a devoted family man and a pillar of the community. Nat, could you throw a picture up of him, perchance?
If you look at Monterey PD Facebook.
And I'll forward this to you. I should have asked you this before. Beyond his career in law enforcement, Dave was known as a devoted family man and pillar of the community. He coached Little League Baseball, played on MPD's softball team, and served as an elder at Cypress Community Church. His warmth, leadership, and generosity left a lasting impression on all who knew him. Dave faced one of life's greatest challenges when he was diagnosed with cancer at age 29. True to his resilient spirit, he overcame the illness, only to face it again at age 38, and once more emerge victorious. His personal experience inspired him to serve on the board of directors as a president of the American Cancer Society, where he continued to make meaningful impact. Captain David Fortune will be deeply missed. We extend our heartfelt condolences to his family, friends, and all who had the privilege of knowing him. Dave, thank you for your 31 years of dedicated service to the Monterey Police Department and the community you so faithfully served. Chief, I wanted to pass it to you if you had anything you wanted to add to that, or we can just go ahead and close out.
I think on behalf of all Monterey officers, previous, current, and in the future, we thank you for taking this opportunity to recognize somebody that served our city as a police officer. Thank you for doing that.
Thank you, Chief. All right, and with that, we'll go ahead and adjourn with a moment of silence. All right, thank you, everybody.